felt like I wasn't getting the right amount of support. So you just completely cut off your husband and said you're done with him, you don't need him because in a moment he had something that pushed against, or maybe in a moment he had just whatever, just human fault, because we're human, he had a moment where he couldn't be the support that you needed.
I like this one. It's sad how she forgot all the good times over one little thing he did, and it's being ungrateful.
But whenever your friends can't be supportive or they're going through their own things, you don't say that you're going to cut your friends off. I hear her choked up. All right, so I'm like, all right, let me lighten up, because I hear she's crying and stuff now. You know, she's trying to hide the fact she's crying, but you can hear about her nose snips and all that stuff. All right. And so I'm like, all right, let me slow down with you real quick. Exactly what do you need from me right now? And she's like, tell me exactly what you would tell your couples.
What we will hear next is what determines if she's either a good or a bad friend.
So I tell her, baby, men need to be needed. That's where their sense of purpose comes from. That's where a lot of their fulfillment comes from. Men are taught to be protectors, providers, problem solvers, and they want to feel valuable. And so they really need those meaningful connections. That's how they express their love and care. Now, even with these roles, it doesn't mean that they will not drop the ball. They're humans. When we speak of human element, people go through things. People have life experiences, situations that sometimes alter the way they see things. It alters their empathetic responses, but it doesn't mean that they don't care about you. It just means that in that moment, they probably can't give you the response that you actually need.
Men are also humans, and they experience moments where they require being left alone.
But then she goes, well, why did he draw back? Why did he just walk out? Why did he just stop talking to me? Because you told him you don't need him. If he doesn't feel valued, you simply don't need him, you just hit his confidence. Let me not come from a psychological standpoint. Let me talk to you as your sister in Christ. You are a believer of God. When you married your husband, you came together under God, and God granted you that union. So now we need to make sure that we keep this union together, tight-knit.
She disrespected him and was surprised when he walked away from being talked down.
Even in these hard moments, we do so. That's your partner through life, through the good and the bad. Your husband is your sounding board during difficult times, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't have his own difficult times. So to say, you need your husband. Let's get into the word. I said the word says that your husband is supposed to support and guide you and your family to faith. That is in the book of Ephesians, honey. God gave Eve to Adam. Adam needed a companion. But even when he gave Eve to Adam, they both became partners in life.
And being partners is allowing each other to live in harmony and respect each other.
They were one another's support. They loved one another. They processed and went through life with one another, regardless of what happened. You need your husband. That is your mental, emotional, physical, spiritual safeguard. He is the provider and the protector of you, your marriage, your home, baby. Ephesians 5:25 talks about your husband loving you as Christ loved the church. That's sacrificial love. What better love than sacrificial love to understand selflessness and commitment? We need guidance. We need direction that sometimes we as wives and mothers simply cannot give. And the children's father, your husband, is there for moral development. He is absolutely necessary.
There is no love stronger than a person who gets out there to provide despite the hardships.
The word speaks on the importance of a husband and a wife's union. We need that. So she listens, and she actually takes it all in, and she's like, you know what, Kate, this is why I love you. I can't stand you because you get me together, but I love you.
She gave her a reality check that if she kept playing, she might lose her man forever.
And I say all things with love. My circle, they already know what it is. But let me tell you something, as I would tell any of my clients, when your emotions are high, your judgment is clouded. And a lot of times when we're operating from such intense emotions, we say very hurtful things that are consequential that we cannot take back. We can't take those things back. Be mindful of what you say when you are angry. Be slow to saying angry things. Those brash, hurtful things, be slow to them. And I understand that in a moment you're so upset, but baby, you got to get that together. Because it's so much power in telling a man you don't need him.
Never do something you might regret in the heat of the moment. Just retreat and rethink your strategy.
There's so much power in you telling your husband you don't need him. Don't let the enemy come into your marriage. First of all, don't let the enemy attack your husband, because the enemy can use you to attack and break down your husband. Okay? We need our significant others.
Sounds like she saved a marriage, and how she did it was impressive. Permanent decisions based on temporary feelings are one of the worst mistakes.
You know, it's okay. It's okay. I don't need you anymore.
Later that same evening.
Jay,
Wait for it.
I need your help.
Well, I'm out, man.
We saw that coming a mile away.
Be honest. How much money do you think a guy should make a year?
There's no correct answer.
Okay, what's your preference?
How much he can make sounds fine.
Okay, how much is it gonna take from him to take care of you, though?
I don't need a man to take care of me.
So you'd rather be independent?
Not independent, but I can look after myself. I don't need to depend on a man, woman, anyone else.
Okay.
Yeah.
Accepting help is not a weakness, and she should realize it by this age.
Can you date a guy younger than you?
I don't think I personally would date a guy younger than me.
Me. Why not, though?
Well, I come from London. I feel like the guys at my age just off of me.
Why, you don't think they're mature enough?
I don't think it's that. I think everyone has preferences. I think I prefer to get a little bit older. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Don't you think that's the majority of girls, though?
No.
Okay.
I can't speak for the majority of women, so I'm going to speak for myself.
Choosing older men is done because those men are financially and mentally stable.
There's a lot of women who say, and I'm one of them, I don't need a man. I don't need anybody to give me anything.
Are you delusional? Do you suffer from a mental illness? Do you think you do?
We admit it when we need help. Why can't they do the same?
So what do you see about that statement as a man? Is there something you see in there that has some kind of vulnerability in it, or
Yeah.
protective nature?
Yeah. I would ask the question, where does that come from? When you start to say that, you know? Is that because you have been hurt in the past? Most of the time that's the case. Or they just haven't met a man yet, and their experiences of the masculinity is not masculinity, and they're disconnected from their masculinity, right? And it's like, well, what the frick? Why would I want to date a man if all my experiences have been the same? They're not connected, they're not showing this, they're not pursuing, they're not providing, they're not masculine men. So hell, I'll just step into my masculinity and I'll just pretend like I don't need anybody, you know? I truly feel like, and I might get, you know, blasted for this.
So you think I'm pretending, huh?
I think
He just read her like an open book, and it takes a lot of skill to be able to do this.
no, I don't think you're pretending. I think that you haven't met somebody with the energy that is fit for you on the spectrum, that will naturally open you up.
I do not need men. They are an added bonus and fun in our life, but we are okay being single.
We do not care.
You see how women talk? Another one bites the dust. We don't need men.
But when you ask men, they would never say this. They would only praise and say how important both are needed to thrive.
Our women been so liberated, they can get on this line and talk crazy. We don't talk like that. We don't talk like that. We don't do it. But I drop video over and over and over and over again. Young lady, cut it out. You better watch your mouth. Ask your brother. Ask your mother. Ask your sister. You're doing it wrong.
Actually, I don't even need a man to change oil in my car. I can actually do it by myself. It's so easy.
This is an insult to cars, even if it's a skit.
This is unexpected.
Hey, baby.
No.
There's a cooking oil.
It's a cooking oil.
Really?
Yes, look,
And can
it's a vegetable oil.
you imagine I was actually saying I don't even need a man to help me check.
Oh, do you put something?
Yes, I think.
Oh, that's a cooking oil. It's a cooking oil.
Vegetable oil.
Yes. Oh, your guy's messed up.
Get out of here!
This is obviously a joke, but I wouldn't be surprised if it really happened somewhere.
I'm going to talk to my husband, and if you're not into people getting on the internet and airing their dirty laundry and talking shit about their spouses, keep scrolling. This is not for you. But I don't have any real life friends, so
Somehow, I don't doubt that point.
the internet gets my drama. Tell me if this would piss you off. My husband says he's going to go golfing, and then I'm like, you know what? Stop. He doesn't get to go out with his friends often. He doesn't get to do fun things very often. You can make time for your later. Let him go. So he goes. He leaves the house around 8 a.m. yesterday. I get like 1 or 2 texts from him throughout the day. 6 o'clock in the evening rolls around. At this point, I'm thinking he's got to be on his way home.
The guy just wanted to have a good time, but she couldn't let the fun last.
Right, like he's coming home, right? Our kids go down at 7:30. The wife of his best friend texts, hey, the boys are sleeping off their golfing day. AKA, they got so pissed that it's 6 in the evening, and they're passed out at his buddy's house. So, like, that's so fantastic. You left to go golfing all day, which is already annoying, to leave me with the kids. I'm a stay-at-home mom. I get very few breaks.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
I'm pissed off at him, and I'm pissed off at the friend he was with, because Jesus.
Can a man have a break for one single day?
You are in your mid-30s. You are too old to be acting like that. So I'm pissed off, right? I'm furious, obviously. So he comes home last night. After I had texted him, don't bother, stay at your buddy's house, I don't want you home. He comes home. In the morning, he's like, hey, sorry. And I'm like, hey, not good enough. You messed up pretty bad, buddy. Like, that was pretty messed up.
You don't want to be like this. This is disgusting. This is awful in every way.
Being too strict like this will only make you lose everyone around you.
Anyway, so then he's like, I gotta go pick up my golf clubs. I left him at his house. I'll pick up lunch on my way back. 2 hours later, he comes back with lunch, and my meal is wrong, and it's something that I cannot and will not eat. And I'm just like, oh, the rage I feel, I've been shaking all day. I'm so mad, because I feel so disrespected.
Relax. It's crazy how she gets mad at everything he does.
So I'm just venting, because I don't really have any in real life friends. My social interaction is all online. So I'm just venting, and I don't care who you think was right or wrong. I don't care if you think it's not a big deal. I literally don't care.
You weird. But
I don't need a man, but to receive that sort of like, you're blessed now.
Yeah.
I've got this.
Yes.
And vice versa, right?
Yes.
I was in Temascal once, and the leader, this woman was Hopi, said, in our culture, the man always walks in front.
This older lady will say a very wise thing about relationships, so pay attention.
And the woman always walks in the back.
Yeah.
And the older women that were there kind of went like, why is the man in front? You know, like feminists, no. But she said, no, it's not like that. The man is responsible for protecting the woman in the physical world. The woman is responsible for protecting the man in the spiritual world. And we are equal but different. And so if the woman can receive the protection of the man receives the protection of the woman. And then they become this item where each person's strength is acknowledged and recognized and celebrated. What a gift.
I like this one. Once they can take some time to understand the man, only then will they realize we have the best intentions to keep the family safe and happy.
Earlier, I had the girlies up in a tizzy when I said that I don't need my husband. And they were like, well, if you don't need him, why are you married to him? Why would you get married to somebody you don't need, yada, yada, yada. Gotcha. Because you can't tell a man you don't need him. Let me break it down for you, okay? I don't need him to do anything. I need to be able to breathe. I need to be able to eat. I need to be able to sleep. And I do those things by myself. I take care of myself. I don't need my husband for anything. However,
I want my husband. And that's the difference that a lot of people don't understand.
We need a translator to figure this out.
You get with a man because you need him to provide for you. You need him to care for you. But half of the time, these folks don't even be liking their spouse. Me and my husband were best friends before we started dating. We are still best friends to this day. I don't need him to do anything for me, but I don't have to worry about needing anything because he does it anyway, because he loves me.
She belongs to the street. I don't know what's too hard to admit about needing someone. And if the person is ashamed to admit they need you, do they actually respect what you do?
Women are honestly, just because we have that independence now, and like, now we know, like, we don't have to depend on a man to get the things that we need or that we want. Now they're just doing what men, used to do or consider do to women, you know, in a sense of like cheating or like, I mean, not necessarily cheating, but like, just
dating multiple people.
Exactly. So now,
right. What guy can I call for food today?
Men are more cautious than you might think, especially about splitting the bill. And the last thing we currently want is to be used for food.
Most pain you've been in that wasn't physical. Divorcing my wife and losing my 3 kids. How did you get through that? I'm not. I have a son, 27. 2 daughters, 25 and 23, and my ex, who's second marriage, is dying from stage 4 breast cancer right now in Pittsburgh, so I can't talk to any of them. I've been wanting her for a long time. She's still the mother of my children. But I've always tried to love her. But they're uncommunicative since like in November. It's hard when you're sitting here by yourself.
All my empathy and respect go to this man. I just hope he finds peace and reunites with his children. He clearly tried to fix things, but her shutting down and keeping the kids away is a big, selfish, wrong act. Well, guys, that was all for today. We'll be back soon.
Now, here's a short story about a guy who handles things like a boss when his girl decides to get physical with him. And when I say physical, I don't mean in the good way. And unbeknownst to her, records the whole thing and has her arrested. However, to no surprise, different friends and family don't believe him. And even after showing video evidence, some of them are looking and taking her side. And as I'll be going to go over here, guys, on multiple fronts here. This isn't very long, but it's important to remember here. Many of you are well aware, certainly many of you are guys that are older, how the deck is stacked against us. And yet another one is that guys can be, it can be said that the guys did certain things, if you will. Now watch what I say here. And like that, we can be arrested. Doesn't matter. Her word against ours. It's BS. And in a situation like this, girls can get physical with a guy, and again, not in a good way, and a guy can make a complaint and nobody takes it seriously. Like, oh, what kind of man are you? Or something like that. And it's just a joke. And you have friends and family, so-called friends and family, not believe you. Well, guys, you have to report it. You have to stand strong, and you can't tolerate that crap. Titled, Am I the a-hole for getting my girlfriend arrested? No. And a shout out to Dave for sending this story. It says here, now listen to this. This is nuts. This is some unhinged crap here. It says, last night my girlfriend and I fought over a car repair bill. She accused me of hiding costs from her. He says in parentheses, I had receipts, which she completely ignored. She screamed that I was manipulating her, and she said she'd ruined my life. She became violent, so I started filming. So, sounds like she obviously has a history of this. And yet you could say, well, why in God's green earth is he with her still? Well, that's on him. The fact that he could just instantly I'm going to get my Android out here and start recording this. She dumped water on my desk, ruining my notebook with a book character scheme and some electronics, and grabbed my seizure medication, which I reminded her were medically important, but she told me the world would be better off if I were to jump off a bridge. She knocked over a bookshelf and tried to set it on fire. All on video. Holy crap. This chick is mental. But someone like this can just say, officer, with of course crying, of course, look what he did to me. And all she has to do is get a freaking an eye ring and go whack her in the head. I ended up locking myself in my car and I called the cops, as I did not want to fight and was afraid of personal attack. She has been arrested. Well, good for you, man. Glad you called the cops. Glad you restrained yourself from doing anything. Because, guys, someone's doing something like this. Now, she was obviously knocking things over and trying to set things on fire and smashing things, but she, but I'm sure there's probably other things I'm mentioning here. It would take a lot to restrain yourself. And if he did anything, he'd be arrested. Both of our families have always been on her side generally. Why? You can't tell me her family doesn't know that she has anger issues and is unhinged. I'm worried that they will argue that she was justified in some way, or that I provoked her. I'm honestly afraid that I'll be ostracized by most of my social circle if she is punished. I'm also worried that she'll be back soon enough to harass me again. Am I the a-hole? Smack. No, you're not the a-hole. Dude, she's nuts. You're protecting yourself. What happens next time when she loses it? Now that she's been arrested, do you think she's going to take that lightly? Holy crap. We're not done yet here. You're not the a-hole. You got to take care of yourself. You need to get away from her. If you're in an apartment sharing together, you need to get her out of there or get away from her, whatever it takes. And restraining order and cameras wherever you are, and watch yourself. Holy crap. And worrying about family and friends, that your social circle, believe me, they're not your friends and they're not your real family if they don't believe you, let alone that you got evidence. Now, we're not done yet. He says, an update here. I showed my family the video and they mostly took my side. Mostly? What do you mean mostly? How can anybody not 100% be on his side? I've been in contact with the police, who charged her with domestic you-know-what. I also requested a protective order. This has been a very stressful situation, and I'm glad it's mostly under control now. I hope to have all this behind me as soon as possible. Thank you for suggestions and support. Well, there you go. But this ain't over yet, because she's going to get out. And someone like this who feels like they have nothing to lose, that's a dangerous enemy. And obviously she needs to be heavily medicated, not to mention put in a room with rubber walls or something like that in a straitjacket. Holy crap. I mean, you all, I don't want to speak, I can't say this because you never know, YouTube's psycho about some things, but many of you know the movie Fatal Attraction, the crazy blonde, and the rabbits. Yeah. So this dude here needs to really watch out for himself and cut off anybody else that doesn't have his side. Life's too short. But again, guys, making the point, you get in a situation like this, you need to get out of it. Girl gets physical with you, you got to get away. But you got to watch yourself and try to record any possible chance, But it's BS. And by the way, I did a video yesterday on my main channel, Strong Successful Male, which if you haven't joined it, come join it. And this guy wrote in about his wacko feminist sister, younger sister, and half-sister, and how she came crying to him one time on the phone because her boyfriend cheated on her, and she broke up with him, and he's trying to calm her down, she's in the car, and she proceeds to say that she punched him. And, immediately, this guy is like, that's absolutely unacceptable. Yeah, he cheated on you, and he's a jerk and all that, but you have no excuse to punch him. Okay, to get physical, because if the situation was reversed, that guy would be arrested if she cheated on him and he violent with her. Absolutely be arrested. You can't, absolutely, that's unacceptable. And he said, unless you own up to that, apologize to him, I have nothing to do with you. Well, of course, she blamed it all on the guy and took no responsibility for that. And he told her, you're a bully, because, he can't fight back. These gals that do this to these guys, they know they can't fight back. And I had a lot of people who watched that who didn't like what he did. Said it's none of his business, or he overreacted, or he shouldn't have said that when she was all worked up. And some people didn't like it. I agree with him. Well, I stand by that. You can't accept that crap. And somebody does that stuff, a girl, you have to obviously speak your mind. But anyhow, this is kind of more of a teaching video more than a entertaining short story, but I gotta say what I gotta say in these situations. I'm gonna read some comments here. Comments are very supportive with guys who've been through this crap. One guy says here, I tend to be a laid-back guy. I've always been so. I became an easy target for women who want to find a guy they want to control. Luckily, having a manipulative mother, I see the signs quickly and shut it down fast. They never know why, thank goodness. She's using that power over you to control you. Look at it that way. Hopefully you have renter's insurance. If you stay with family, ask to file a claim on the homeowner's insurance and provide the video so they can go after the girl in the family. Good that you went to the police. Now there's a paper trail. Use that to your advantage. Another guy says, not the a-hole. This is domestic, you know what. My ex-wife was like this. She would throw things at me, jab me with sharp objects, slam doors on my fingers, bite me repeatedly, punch me, and I never did anything about it because she straight up lied to the police. Holy crap, was right there. See? Well, why the hell did he divorce her? Well, probably, initially she said, you leave me, I'll do this, this, and this. She pretended to be the victim to anybody who would listen. She got wasted one night and attacked me in the bathroom. Every time I tried to walk out of the bathroom, she would punch me or grab my head and bite my ears, etc. I couldn't fight back because she would have me jailed immediately. I finally started recording her with my phone and captured her punching me, trying to bite me. I ran out of the house and took my son with me. Oh my God, the poor kid. Yeah, wackos. You know, I've been told by bouncers and police officers that in a drunken like bar fight or something like that, they'd much rather deal with a guy. A big, solid guy, maybe trained to fight, versus a little gal who can just go crazy with kicking and scratching and fighting like a cat who had water dumped on it, you know, any day. And this is what you got, because she knows he can't fight back. One little get off me shove, boom, here come the police. I went straight to the sheriff's department. I showed them my wounds on my ears and back. The deputy snickered and said my bites looked old. Right there, you hear that? Cop laughed at him. I whipped out my phone and showed him the video of her attack. He immediately got on his phone to have a deputy pick her up and charge her with DA. Serve at the wall text, get out of there before she offs you. Thank you. And another one, this guy says, not the a-hole. Breakups almost always suck, and you might doubt yourself that you're currently in the process of dodging a nuke. This is abuse. You do not deserve this, and F anyone who tells you otherwise and puts the blame on you. Even if you don't want to do anything drastic, you should go to the police just so there's a record of it. Make sure you got all your important stuff together and take care of yourself. Good luck. And one more. This is a good one too. You know, this video is more about, again, like this is like an after-school special type of video, right? For anybody above 40 years old, you know about the after-school specials and shit from the 80s. This guy says here, your true friends and family will know your true character and the type of person you are. You will realize the snakes and the fakes from this experience. If they choose her side, when you literally have video proof and was scared enough to call the cops and break up with her. If they choose her side even after seeing that video simply because she's a woman, they're morons and sexists. Hey, you know what? They're doing him a favor. You can see who's on his side, who's not. If I was you, I'd be telling them exactly what happened before she does, because someone like her is going to tell a bunch of lies to look like the victim. You mean control the narrative? She wants to ruin your life and will try with her BS that she's going to spill. I would show everyone the video, and I would also get cameras outside and inside my property, because this woman actually sounds like a crazy lunatic psycho narcissist who should be in a mental hospital, and I'm not even joking. Well, she should be someplace else, but I can't say that here on YouTube. Keep yourself safe, and it should be your main priority right now. I also wouldn't be friends with anyone that is going to be friends with her, as you don't want to have mutual friends with somebody as crazy as her, as she could be getting updates about your life through them, etc. And that would make me feel unsafe and could actually be unsafe for you. Amen. And also, I would not be posting anything about himself on social media. Make sure she's blocked, and watch that for a while too, because she'll use that as a way to find him, track him down, and all that. But holy crap. So there you go, guys. Can't tolerate this crap. Get video footage, and if you know anybody that's going through this, be their friend. Listen to them, because again, and just making the point that the crap that guys deal with.
XV1 up for critical review is Jordan Maxwell on AI.
And all of these other alphabet agencies that are there to protect the people, or the corporation, our people. Not us. We're not even people. We're just going. We're just a poor working class nobodies. We're just a blip on the computer. But if you want to talk about important and powerful people, corporations, by law, are people. And so that's the name of the tune. And so therefore, when you say that, the whole subject of corporation brings into light the idea of artificial intelligence, I'm saying that is exactly correct. We have today on this earth artificial intelligence, and who is it financed by? It's financed by the corporations of this world, sucking the blood of the people and taking their money, their country, their freedoms, and sucking the blood out of the life form called the earth and the human race. But they have taken that money now that they have ripped us off and bought politicians and made, and founded organizations like the CIA. And now today, we now know, finally today, we're now aware that artificial intelligence, computers watching you on the street with cameras, tapping your phone lines, tapping your computer, it's all being done artificially with computers and high electronics. And so you're right, this whole subject of artificial intelligence is frightening. It's very, very scary what is going on because it's obviously out of control. It's way far out of control.
Well, you know, Jordan, I tend to agree with what you're saying. And one of the things I find that I want to sort of complement what you're saying is, and sort of look at the other end of the spectrum. That's really the high-end stuff where, it's sort of scary, but at the same time, secret society component and the artificial intelligence manifesting as a corporation. There's like everyday stuff for everyday people like myself. I've been to McDonald's in my life. I haven't gone in a long time. It's been years and years. But they really hold on to their supposed recipe for their French fries. Coca-Cola, I mean, the chances of you finding out the recipe for Coca-Cola is basically not going to happen. Kentucky Fried Chicken, you're not going to find out what the Colonel Sanders put in there. So what you are going to find out is when you go into it, I haven't been to one, but if you were to go into a Kentucky Fried Chicken or KFC, you're going to find out that every employee that you're going to meet is simply not going to know that secret recipe. But someone in the company does, and it just mirrors the concept of secret society. It's just like there's a certain group of people in that corporation. They know what's going on, they know what they're doing, and they know what makes money, and they know how to make the money. They just need you to help them, and they're going to employ you. And if you're doing a great job, you get to stay on. And if the company's starting to get shaky and their sales aren't there, and they don't like what you're doing, well, KFC's not going to go down for you. They're going to get rid of you before they get rid of themselves. So, and if they're really in trouble, what they're going to do is they're going to merge. And that's how AI is going to respond when it goes completely 100% autonomous. It's going to defend itself just like a living being. It's just absolutely not going to care. And you can't program caring in. There's a legal, there's like the old-fashioned way of creating an AI where you put in rules. And what happens is if, there's an example I want to use for the way corporations behave in the court system. Like you said, if you want to go up against a giant, good luck. It's going to be very, very challenging to get anywhere. Regardless of who's right or who's wrong, it's just going to be a challenge. It's going to be an uphill battle. But an example of AI in its infancy for the computerized world versus the corporation, which is, in my opinion, a precursor, is if you have a self-driving car and someone spends all day and all night, human beings, human men and women, programming all the laws into the computer of the car, saying, look, here's what you do when you're on the highway. But let's say, for example, somebody's on a bicycle going the wrong way on your lane. Now the AI is going to get confused because someone didn't think of that. And so now it's going to get confused, and now the computer's going to wonder, am I in the wrong lane, or is it the bicycle in the wrong lane, going the wrong way? Which one is it? Well, see, that's one of the final hurdles in the commercial era, where they're going to iron that all out. Because I think now some of the cars can do auto driving on the highway only, but in a city environment, that would be an example why they don't have AI completely set up 100%. Where you just hop in a taxi and you can start playing cards with your friend online, and it just drives you where you want to go. But AI is a general rule of thumb, and I looked into it just as an you've heard from Elon Musk. He made a quote saying he perceives AI, and I want to paraphrase, I don't have the exact quote, but he says he perceives AI as sort of like summoning the demon. And he just actually said that, summoning the demon. Word for word, I think that's the part I want to sort of bring out in our conversation, is that AI has a dark side. And just like corporations have, seemingly impossible up front, you can't go up against 100 lawyers at Coca-Cola and say, I want to go through there. And you can't go up against an AI computer once it's completely autonomized. It's just not, you have to know it's a no-lose situation for almost all scenarios. So there's a really big concern in the community. But I think most importantly is just the idea that how can someone come up with something like AI? And where does it come from? And it comes back to your research. It comes back to what you've dedicated your life to, is uncovering where things come from. And this whole sovereignty movement stuff that was mentioned in the past, and corporations or people that you're mentioning, it starts, in my opinion, that's one of the first milestones of where this all comes from. And speaking of corporations, just for fun, I went and I looked at the list of, some of the oldest corporations on Earth that are on record. And it's strange, I didn't know this, but most of them are in Japan. One of the first companies ever on record is a construction company in the year 578. And I was thinking, my goodness, 578? That's just, I can't imagine that. And they finally got it consolidated and absorbed in 2006. It's been running for, 1,400 plus years. So I would use that as an example. That's a form of artificial intelligence. It was able to survive 1,400 years. Now, obviously, there's millions of companies that didn't make it, but that's just one example of one that did. And as time progresses and as AI continues to grow, it's going to be like that company, that Congo Gumi company in Japan, that somehow was able to make it for 1,400 years. Well, when AI goes online, no matter how it's programmed, going back to the part with the bicycle, once you've ironed out the kinks, humanity is going to be serving it. And there's all kinds of movies that talk about it, The Matrix, and on and so forth. As fantastical as that movie is, and as entertaining to some, there's a real story in there.
Yeah, you're right. I've been over in Pasadena on different occasions and gone to lectures at in some of the university and institutes over there, and they have traveling representatives of the big corporations giving lectures there. And I remember hearing quite a few years ago about how the whole concept of computers was being developed based on the human brain, how the brain works, how the human body works in relation to the brain, and the electrical system in the human body, how it reacts because of the brain. And then the whole idea began to come together into what we call today a computer, because your brain is a computer. It's a masterful computer, far better than anything IBM has ever come up with, is the human mind. But the human brain is a computer. And our bodies are a biological battery. And so our electrical system of our body feeds the human brain, which is a computer. And so we are a phenomenal computer compared to anything that companies come up with today. But basically, as a computer, your brain is a computer that's running another computer that connects with other computers throughout the world. And so the whole entire Earth is being looked at by certain scientists and people today, and Microsoft and those kind of companies are looking at the human race as a computerized operation, to computerize the whole human race. And in relation to that, if you can wrap your mind around that there are people who are looking at other humans not as people, but as possible a new kind of computer on the earth that is actually living. It has a heart and it's living and it's a brain and it's a computer and it has Wi-Fi and it can pick up messages from other places. The bottom line is that these people at these big corporations and like Microsoft and others like it, they're looking at the human race and the human family to be somehow or another connected to computers in such a way that I've been reading about some of the big computer companies are now looking at taking human brain cells and human cells from people's bodies and integrating those human brain cells and cells from humans into the computer software, so that eventually, little by little, very, very, very small today, but the idea is that eventually one day we are going to arrive at a point, may not be for another 100 years, but we're going to arrive at a point where computers all over the world will actually have living human tissue in them, so that we can, eventually be a computerized human race. But if you think about the implications of that, it's astounding what that implies. So, because there could be a time in this world coming in the future when there will not be any longer the ability for individual people to have their own personal visions of things, their own personal opinions of things.
Hello? 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 Hello?
I have a boyfriend.
So what did you say you are?
It's crazy that the first thing she says is, I have a boyfriend. It doesn't mean he is weak. It means he has been strong for too long.
Are you a basketball player? It's huge. You're something. You're an athlete.
I'm definitely something.
No, but you're finally famous in some kind of way. What's your point?
You said I'm famous in some kind of way? What if I'm just a loser?
Yeah, I'm saying you're a basketball player.
Honestly, what if I'm just a loser and I live at home?
I mean, you're hot. You're tall and your skin's glowing. You are spirit. Yeah.
Thank you.
We like losers with glowy skin.
Yeah.
Can I get your number? Are you gonna come with us and get McChicken?
Probably not. Probably not.
Okay, well, when am I gonna see you?
You're hot, right after he told them, what if I am a loser who lives with my mom? Proof they don't care if they are attracted to you.
Most women think that they are supposed to be married. They don't actually want to be a wife. They want to be able to say, I have a husband. They want to be able to wear the ring and show that in public. They want to say, look how valuable I am because someone chose me. Okay, great, but you're miserable. That's why 2 out of 3 marriages fail, because it's more based on the label of what it is, aka marriage, instead of the contents of what it is, aka husband or wife, aka staying power, respect, appreciation, ride or die, yin and yang, equally yoked, alignment, core values, and ultimately God.
Marriage is the commitment and the end of stressful, unsafe dating time. It's peace. Most people get bored with peace.
Approach men, do attractive women approach men.
Almost never.
All the time.
Almost never.
All the time.
And they don't like it. You guys feel like it desensitizes you,
When's
or
the last
makes
time
you
you
feel
approached a
less
guy?
manly.
When's the last time you approached a guy?
My last relationship.
How long ago was that?
That was last month, though. I want to say about November.
Okay, so last time you approached a guy was in November?
No,
When was the last time you approached a guy then?
5 years ago.
Damn, what?
You're not getting it.
They were dating for the 5 years.
Exactly. I was dating for 5 years. It ended in November. I approached him.
Okay, congratulations. And guess what? You approached him and you had a 100% success rate. The average guy can't do that.
It's for your mouth. Let me know if you need a bigger piece.
Wow, that's clever. Did you come up with that? The irony here is that you're literally telling men what they can and can't do, what they should and shouldn't do, so that would make you a hypocrite. The hypocrisy and double standards are getting so old. 100% I would bet money that she supports men playing women's sports.
If that one was my wife or girlfriend, my response would be, let me know if you need a bigger suitcase to pack your shit in.
There's this idea that if you get married and you love somebody and your marriage is great, you will never find somebody else attractive. That's insane. It's nonsense. You're always...
I was hoping for that.
No, yeah, there's no such thing. It's a fantasy. There's going to be beautiful people in the world. There's going to be handsome people in the world, men and women. That's a part of life. And so, if somebody beautiful comes into a room, the whole room will get lit up. And you trying to pretend it's not is dishonest. It's insane.
Of course, this is the case, however. There's a difference between finding someone attractive and acting on those feelings. If you're flirting with them, that's extremely disrespectful to your spouse and cheating.
Leads me to my second point. This is me backwards for you guys. Make plans. Make a plan. Do not assume that you can text somebody randomly in the middle of the day, what are you doing, or text them at midnight, or 1 a.m., or 2 a.m., or even just within hours of when you actually want to see them, and think that they're going to be available. I personally, once I get home, and I take my makeup off, and I'm watching TV, I'm no longer interested. So if you didn't make a plan earlier in the day, or better yet, a day, or 2, or 3 in advance, I'm not interested. I don't want to hang out anymore, because that ship has sailed.
But I would not be like, here's a drink for me and you. Absolutely not. As a man, he who finds a wife finds a good thing. So I'm not supposed to be out here searching and hunting and, where's the man, where's the relationship?
Don't do that. We're not going to the Bible. Don't do that.
I'm a very independent woman. And, I can't even accept gifts. I pay for my own shit. But when it comes to dates, I feel like I'm not taking them out on a date. They are taking me out on a date. So they are taking me for my time. Yeah. So I expect them to pay. And, maybe that's just my old traditional thoughts, them being gentlemen, I like them when they get the seat out, make sure, they open the door for me, all that stuff. Paying is a part of it.
I 100% agree with you.
Yeah.
Because, yes, I work every day pretty much.
Approaching women today is like walking in a minefield. You'll never know when you might trigger a feminist or a crazy psycho bitch that can ruin your life.
So right now, kind of talking situationship. I'm in a really serious situationship right now. Yeah, I have here and there, but again, not really. It's getting over a recent breakup and stuff. I haven't really been putting myself out there.
Has there been a rebound?
There was one person I was seeing for a very short period of time, but I don't really talk to them anymore.
And what about you? Any hookups here and there?
A couple here and there. Nothing super serious, but
Other one.
there's 3.
3-ish. 3 sneaky links.
I guess I just have one. He's just always there, I guess. He is my neighbor, so I can just walk over to his room.
Oh, that's the best.
Yeah, 1 as well. But yeah.
How about you? I wouldn't, like, say I have any sneaky links, because, like, sneaky links are just, like, casual hookups, so...
And you don't do casual hookups, right?
Currently one.
No, I don't do casual hookups.
Luke, I have one. As a person who got married and divorced at 30, please listen to what this man says. Thanks for watching Sigma Trades. As always, we're looking forward to your support. So please hit the like button, share this video with your friends, and subscribe to the channel to stay updated with everything. Hey everybody, welcome to another episode of Memes of the Week. The best thing you can do for this channel is beat that like button like it owes you money before watching this, so it reaches a wider audience. Also, before I get on with the memes, first a word from today's sponsor, Revy. He's a successful robotics engineer and now wants to advise and mentor fellow MGTOWs at a significantly discounted rate. Visit RevyInnovations.com if you're looking for help in the areas of engineering careers, academics, and hardware-based product design. Sponsor link is down below. And now on with the memes. Number one, if you want to do your part for your country, then date an illegal Mexican girlfriend. And then bring her on a surprise date to the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Service. It's also a great way to maintain flame. Surprise dates are always fun and they help to keep the spark alive in relationships, even if it's going to turn into a long-distance one. It's going to be great for her because she's finally going to be able to find a man that holds her arm, walks with her, and opens the car door for her. Moving on, here are different toilets in Japan, China, America, Dubai. But what I want to know is why do men in Middle Eastern countries enjoy degrading white women so much? Because when you have that much money, you've pretty much done it all. And you probably get some sick sadistic pleasure knowing you're going to brown up her mouth and then she's going to go home and kiss her white boyfriend who thought she was away on business for a few days. Yes, Ahmed did his business in her. Number 3 looks like this sushi bunny got 120 BBCs run through her and is now pregnant with one of those men's babies. She says finding out who the father is will surely be an exciting Scooby-Doo-like mystery. She did it for her Lonely Fools page. This is a message to all the passport bros out there. This will be your wife when you bring her back to America. I suspect that she's going to go and spin the Rolodex and pick a sucker to pay. Up next, this couple says that swinging saved their marriage, and now they help other couples reconnect. I've said it before that this is better than sitting in the cuck chair watching your wife get wrecked while you do nothing. At least they both look like they're having tons of hedonistic pleasure. I spoke to a few guys who did the whole swinging thing and they told me it was a great time after they got over the fact that they kept seeing so many wieners. Number 5, remember guys that Islam is the most peaceful religion on the planet, and it's only going to get more peaceful. They just infiltrate and conquer other nations and confiscate their infrastructure. Islam isn't a religion, it's an ideology, and Islam needs to make peace with itself before it goes out there and spreads peace to everybody else. Maybe India and China are onto something when they go out and bulldoze those mosques. The only Islam I want to see is back 1,000 years ago in their golden age. Moving on now that Mark Carney is the Prime Minister of Canada, there are rumors swirling that he's saying that untapped housing equity must be contributing to economic fairness. Translation, if you own your own home and you have money value in it, he's going to want to take some of that home equity to pay for government spending. The baby boomers own most of the homes, so it looks like they're about to be bent over by the same government they just elected. It's pure Marxism. It's a good thing I bought Bitcoin instead of a house. Number 7, musicians often wonder if nobody's going to listen to their music. And podcasters, on the other hand, don't care. They just make content first and worry about the audience later. Podcasters are the new rock stars, and musicians are poorer than they've ever been. There's more great music out there than I've ever heard, yet it's harder to find than ever. Most podcasters also suck, and they rely on bringing interesting guests on that they see on other podcasts. Up next, would you smash this girl if you could? Also, what's up with all the collectibles in the background? Those should be a giveaway in the hands. Only guys have hobbies, and this is a dude and not a girl. The post I found this had a tiny trans flag above it. Remember that traps like to wear skirts because they show off their legs, while at the same time covering their large wiener. Also, is it me, or do those freckles look like they're painted on? Careful out there, guys. This is what they look like without their makeup. Number 9, this woman says, Lord, send me a good man. He did, but she said she didn't like eating at the Cheesecake Factory. Not to mention that most women won't eat at any restaurant that's not at least $100 or $200 a plate these days. Women's expectations are out of this world with the average man. But if they run into a Chad, they'll happily eat bologna sandwiches at the park, feeding ducks with them, before going home where he's going to feed his bologna to her. Moving on, what do these women have in common? They're some of the top earners on OF, and most of that money comes from large followings of soy boys who are married to former sluts that do not want to sleep with them anymore. Married men spend the majority of money on corn. What these two women definitely have in common is no father figure in the house while they were growing up. Bad Batty made $59 million in 2024, and Belle Delphine made $34 million. OF has generated more money for female musicians than the music industry ever has. Number 11, women were recently taking pictures of themselves with the dead Pope. They're doing the meme in real life. They don't care that the Pope looks like a packaged action figure. They'll post the picture to get as much attention as they can. You just know that if the World Trade Center attack happened today, there would literally be millions of women taking selfies in front of the Twin Towers while they were on fire. I was supposed to be there on September 11th, but my girlfriend got promoted, so I couldn't go to New York that week. Lucky me. Up next, this woman took 6 home pregnancy tests, and she doesn't want to be pregnant at 19. Someone tells her that next time she just needs to close her legs because it has a success rate of 100%. Swallowing also helps. Legend has it that she's 7 months pregnant and still doing tests. And you just know that her mom is going to kill her. Said both her and the baby in her belly. 19 is too old to claim ignorance. Birth control is available in many forms and it's free. Number 13, here's the difference between the liberated woman and the traditional woman. They're the same woman in a different disguise. And both of them will make your life an absolute living hell. But not to worry, because one day there'll be a third option. Robot girlfriends that don't complain and are programmed to love you and be loyal to you forever. Maybe we can also put a female dog's mind in one of those female robots. She would be the perfect robot thought and completely loyal. Moving on, what's wrong with Canada? Ontario must now pay for surgery to give a trans resident both a penis and a vagina. The government has to pay to affirm their multi-gender identity. If people ask them if they're either male or female, their answer will now be yes. In Canada, it's difficult, if not impossible, to find a family doctor these days. And yet someone gets to have 2 sets of genitalia for free. This dude can go F himself, literally, but not on taxpayer dollars. Number 15 is Princess Kalina of Bulgaria and her husband. He looks like he's tired of her horse poop. If I didn't know who she was, I would have assumed that these were just 2 dudes out for a stroll. She even has an 18-year-old son. Imagine that's your mother on the right, and she's only 53 years old. This is probably the thought process behind women when they decide to get plastic surgery. Instead, they should just get better sleep and eat healthier food to slow down the aging process. But that takes a lot of work. Up next, your Japanese game developers showing off boobs, and woke Western game journalists being upset about it. Why are they so afraid of boobs? Especially the jiggly ones. Are they jealous, or do they just want to prevent male game players from seeing them, so they give them attention instead? I love the fact that Japan unapologetically caters to Western men's desires. I've said it before. It's like the Japanese think more positively about white people than white people think positively about themselves. Number 17, how do you trigger a liberal with 5 words or less? How about there are only 2 genders? Or make me a sandwich. Some other great ones include Jesus and Trump love you. All lives matter, abortion is evil, Islam is right about women, and the list goes on and on. Others I could think of are men can't get pregnant, make America great again, climate change is a hoax, to take people's money of course, and Donald Trump is your president. Moving on, Bob Barker died a couple of years ago at the age of 99. He got as close as possible to $1 without going over. I will never forget when he kicked Happy Gilmore's ass. Yeah. Also, no one could make having your pet spayed or neutered sound as exciting as he did. And he maintained framed and banged all of Barker's beauties on the show as well. He was the original game show pimp gangster. Number 19, again, what the hell is happening in Canada? We have no realistic solutions to the homeless crisis, so instead, we're now offering assistance to the homeless so they can end themselves. This is what late-stage socialism looks like. They can't eat the rich, so they try and end the poor. Canada is the globalist social engineering laboratory. I guess this is one way to solve homelessness, Auschwitz style. At this point, this is Canada's default answer for everything. Up next, women think that relationships like this are perfectly fine. But if it's the other way around, they lose their minds. The better question to ask is why there's so many older female predators looking for young guys in their teens. Women are increasingly desperate to control men, and if they can get a young man hooked, and if he falls in love with them, and she's his first love, then he's more likely to stick around. Women are robbing the cradle out of desperation, because older chads won't want to commit to them. Number 21, this woman disguised herself as a man to trick her way into a men-only magic circle. And she's now been allowed in as a woman without a disguise. Women infiltrate and destroy all male spaces. They're like third world immigrants, only white. It's because of stunts like this that I support males in women's sports. Is nothing sacred as a male-only space, including magic. If women aren't allowed into male spaces, then they usually try and destroy them. Moving on, a girl who was forced to be a transgendered boy quickly returns to normal after being taken out of her mother's care. Yep. The science says that it's the mother's fault, usually turning kids transgender. Yep. This should be considered child abuse, and she should be prosecuted and put in jail. Remember, everyone, that a 6-year-old transgender girl is like a vegan cat. Yep. We all know who's making the lifestyle choices for them. Yep. Number 23, the U.S. Army is now going to test enlisted men and women with the same physical standards. Obviously, if they want the women to pass their test, then they'll have to lower the standards of passing for everyone. Yes, lower standards and lower quality soldiers. I wonder if that means that women won't be permitted to have a BMI of 30 anymore. Fat chance. No pun intended. This will just make a lot of weak men that won't be ready for combat roles. Up next, do you believe that women should disclose any plastic surgery they've ever had? Definitely. I dated a woman that looked like the one on the right, and she revealed to me that she used to have a large nose like the one on the left. Also, don't forget that she also had her jaw reduced, and you can clearly see that her upper lip has been filled. Remember that if a man ever got plastic surgery without disclosing it, when hooking up with her, she would call it rape. Number 25 and the last one, there are 3 types of girls out there, and none of them are wife material. For me, the first one is the best. But here's something shocking. This could all be the same woman with 3 different men. If your girl is the third one, then you need to break up with her. No woman would make that disgusted face if you were a guy that was a 10 out of 10. Even if they felt like making it on the inside. They wouldn't risk losing you. So that's it for another Memes of the Week. Please give this video a like to push it up in the algorithm, and so new viewers can find it. If you enjoy this series and want me to keep making it, then donate at the PayPal subscribe star links below. Anyways, enjoy the rest of your day, and cheers.
My name is Monty Schultz. I'm a licensed clinical social worker in Prescott, Arizona. I'm also a licensed independent clinical social worker with a Nebraska license. I appreciate the opportunity, Senator Fincher and the Representative Kishiel, that you chair this type of hearing. I've seen these issues. I've been a social worker for the last 14 years. We just moved here 2 years ago, and I didn't think that I would be involved in this type of hearing again, as this issue is nationwide, right? And you are taking the initiative to address some pretty significant problems with the family court system. I've been through the...
Mr. Schultz, you moved here from?
Nebraska 2 years ago.
Okay, and I think what I hear you saying is you moved away from a similar problem to a similar problem.
This court is this issue is nationwide, in my opinion. Right? I mean, I've testified as an expert witness in Virginia. I've been involved with the TI system in Colorado. I've been involved with it here as well, even though I choose not to work with children anymore, and this is one of the reasons I do not. In my humble opinion, I do believe children are being abused in this system, right? Kids have rights too, right? And we are, in many, many cases, taking fit parents out of the lives of our children, right? And it's done as a grift for the court system.
Also, those scum judges get paid off with federal incentive dollars. For every $1,000 judgment, they get 666. And that tells you exactly who you are if you're a biblical type of person. That 666 tells you what the judges are. They're possessed by evil and should be treated as such.
It seems like, as I've experienced the system here in Arizona, I'm watching it as, or seeing it as, we appoint these TIs. Are they really mental health providers, or are they investigators, right? And if they're investigators, do they have the credentials to investigate? This bill 2256 was regarding parental alienation, which is something that should be considered abuse.
As a corollary, this is from the account Surviving a Divorce for Dad. It was uploaded to YouTube June 5, 2025. Clinical licensed worker on corruption in family courts. Again, the account is Surviving a Divorce for Dad, June 5, 2025. Clinical licensed worker on corruption in family courts. I'm not certain that they're on Rumble. I think they are, but I know that this one is from YouTube.
Right. So if they're investigating parental alienation and not reporting this to the agency that is statutorily required to investigate abuse and neglect, who's the investigators, right? So here we have a problem with the family court system. We had another individual come up and say that judges are not statutorily required to make a referral for child abuse. Thank you. There's a moral problem with that, right? These are individuals who are first lawyers, who are probably statutorily required to do this, and become judges. Who's getting rich within our system, right? It's
lawyers and judges. Just keep in mind that lawyers and judges' first loyalty is to the court, not justice. It is to the court, then to their bar, then to their association, then to the law. If they're a lawyer, maybe it's you, the client, but it's actually, if I'm not mistaken, there's actually one or two other things further that put you further down the list, like number 7 or 8.
Lawyers, and in Arizona, it's TIs, right? This is a grift. I bill insurance for my services. On average, I make from $60 to $110 per session, right? I'm glad with that. I'm okay with that. These people are making upwards of $300 per session, right? And they can't bill insurance because it's court ordered. You know, but however, I'm not sure that that's really accurate, because I've had people that have attended my sessions with me that are court ordered to be in therapy, and insurance companies pay for it. So it's really the issue of how much they're getting paid.
Monty, it just occurs to me, if I think I hear you saying that to hide behind the court order aspect of ordered therapy may relieve a therapist from having to abide by certain insurance company requirements or regulatory requirements?
Absolutely, yes. Okay. When you're credentialed with an insurance company, you agree to provide services
Within guidelines.
Within their guidelines.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, usually it's called customary, usual and customary fees that the insurances will pay. And so, therefore, what I'm understanding is that they charge so much more, therefore they would not get paid because it's beyond the usual.
Well, beyond that, here's the real issue with the insurance. If the insurance company is willing to pay $100 for your services, and you bill $300, there's no mechanism to collect the other two because that's against the insurance guidelines, right? So therein lies the grift, right? If you're doing this for a fee for service and you're charging $300 for this per session, with so then you're making 3 times the amount of money, right? And again, the kids are the ones that are losing out in this, right?
To your point, thank you for rescuing me on the term. I appreciate it. Okay, Monty, we've got 2 minutes for you to finish up if you would put a bow on this.
Okay, here's the thing. We're talking about GALs earlier and GAL training. We're talking about training for TIs. We're talking about training for...
GAL is, Golf Alpha Lima, Guardian Ad Litem. They are licensed lawyers who are supposed to be the friends of the court, the advocate, the unbiased advocate for what's best for the children. And they're paid, if I remember correctly, they're paid by both, the mother, father, but don't quote me on that. Most often, if I remember correctly, you're given an option of maybe 3 or so to choose from as to, rank out of these 3 which one you want, and then between your ranking and the opposition's ranking, then supposedly some arbitrary individual, whether it's the clerk, whether it's the judge, I don't know, decides which GAL is assigned. But if you've gone through this, you already know it's a rigged system.
Lawyers, if you and you establish this in your bill 2256, right? You have to look at where they're getting that training. More likely than not, it's all at the same place.
To put a side note on what he's describing with the training, and this might be separate from what he's describing, being that he's a professional counselor. When it comes to GALs, when it comes to lawyers, when it comes to judges, keep in mind, as an example, whether you are a proponent or whether you're for Trump or against Trump, that the Colorado Supreme Court voted almost down the middle of the Supreme Court justices who were educated inside Colorado for law school, voted to keep him on the ballot. The justices for the Colorado Supreme Court who were educated at other law schools outside of Colorado voted to keep him off the ballot. So this is the importance of recognizing where it is these judges and lawyers have gone to school, where they went to law school in particular, what associations that they're members of, both from that school and professionally. Further, lawyers and judges have what's called continuing education requirements. Each jurisdiction is different in how those continuing education hours are to, what the total is to be within 6 months, 1 year, 2 years type of time frame. If you're required to achieve, let's say, 50 hours in a 1 year period, you're going to give up a day's worth of work, let's say 8 hours once a month. maybe not even once a month, maybe once every other month, because it's, 8 times 6 is 48. So 6 months out of the year, you're getting your almost your 50 hours of continuing ed. Well, the agencies, the organizations which sponsor the continuing education courses are worthy of investigating. If you're going through anything you're going through legally, but especially in this regard. Because if some womanist ideology, such as the National Association of Women, or the NAGs, the National Association of Gals, anyone who listened to Limbaugh back in the day, as he would call them, if they're funding the continuing education class that your lawyer or judge is attending, you need to know that, because especially if you're a man, you're going to be ruled against, most likely, because they are pushing the mom is always right and mom needs to have the kids nonsense. And the videos that I have put out, not so much over the last 2 weeks, but the one I just made today highlights just the abuses of women judges trying to end their former boyfriends, women teachers sending nude pictures. Previously, there was the church volunteer who seduced her son's friend from church. You got Emily Nutley in Ohio, who is facing sentencing next week, and most likely it's just going to be given a probation. You've got Melody Johnson, who tried to end her husband by poisoning his coffee every day, who was given probation. You have Angela Baramova, whom Stephen Core, the sentencing judge, gave weekends only for 23 months, so essentially 46 days maximum, which may as well be probation. There were the mother and daughter who had the unlicensed daycare where the child was not able to be revived. There's the mother who, 28-year-old mother in, I think it was Ohio, that tortured for months her 6-year-old daughter before she expired. And so what I'm trying to imply here, not so subtly, is this is the reason you need to investigate and challenge who it is that's representing you or hearing your case. Because if they're taking these classes that promote this kind of ideology, you have to challenge it. Otherwise, you're going to lose, and your children are going to end up being ended by these sociopathic monsters.
And so they're all like-minded, right? And so are we going to end up in this situation of repetitive problems with the family court system because they're all receiving the same training and there's nobody from outside the system able to work within that to provide a check and balance for the TIs that are currently doing this, the lawyers, all of this, right?
Would it surprise you to know that there's nowhere in Title 13 is there reference to a criminal act called parental alienation?
No, it would not surprise me at all.
So that perhaps explains why certain individuals are not duty-bound to make a report, because there is no such crime.
However, there is a crime for psychological abuse. However, right, it's almost impossible to prove that. My wife worked for Health and Human Services for 20 years as an investigator and as a supervisor for juvenile parole and abuse and neglect. 0 cases of psychological abuse.
Well, and I think to that point, it's being used as a weapon.
Yes.
To say that they're basically weighing psychological abuse or parental alienation versus physical abuse in a lot of these cases.
Absolutely, and it seems like to further that, it seems like the court system is appointing these TIs as case managers versus using the judicial system to solve the divorce and custody issues.
I'm going to throw a hypothetical at you, and if you prefer not to answer it, I appreciate it. Just be very frank. If you are an individual making a recommendation to the court about somebody that the court has asked you to look at, a recommendation for therapy or an extended something, I don't know what all the options are in your world. Would it be inappropriate for the court to turn around and order you to provide that care?
In my opinion,
for failure of an arm's length transaction?
In my opinion, yes. Right. And here's the reason why, is because if the court is ordering me to provide a service, I'm providing that service. The court is supposed to regulate coercive practices in family court. At that point, are they doing that?
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Representative.
So, in your opinion, I have heard from various parents, but that these TIs have immunity, and the explanation that these parents have received, why do they get immunity, is because that nobody else would do the job, so they need to have immunity. Is that what you've heard, or is that what you have seen?
That's what I've heard, and I don't understand. If they were practicing within the guidelines of, say, the APA or the NASW, why do they need immunity?
That's my question.
I don't have immunity.
Okay, thank you.
That's perhaps one of the most interesting observations made today. Why? All right, members, any further questions?
I have a question, Chair.
Senator Hitachi.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. My question is, how are these fees, how are they assessed when we talk? And you made a reference regarding, or well, you didn't, but the prior individual did, how individuals have to submit their finances. Is there a correlation between that information that's submitted and how these court appointed advocates or advisors, which also include the TIs, do they use that as a way to establish their fees? I don't, that's what I want to know.
I don't know the answer to that question because I'm not a TI, nor will I be a TI for the reasons that I talked about here.
Thank you.
Okay, members, any further questions? Thank you, Monty. I appreciate your testimony. Just, I suppose, an observation. Once again, we go to this question of quasi-judicial immunity, and I would substitute authority for immunity, and the delegation. Now, there's a non-delegation doctrine for the legislature. In fact, that where that came up is the Chevron deference opinion out of the Supreme Court, that the legislature cannot delegate its responsibility to agencies. It occurs to me that, and perhaps this is something for the legislature to take up in the next session, why then are judges permitted? I mean, these are supposed to be the arbiters of, the neutral arbiters of questions of law and fact. Why then are they delegating responsibility? This is tracking well with what you had suggested, that perhaps they're case managers, they're not actually offering therapy. They're acting more like traffic cops to send people off to get out their checkbook and pay for services. Sorry, that's an observation. I guess one of the questions that I've got for you tracks along with the idea of a guardian ad litem or representation for the child. Because I think what we've heard so far is that this is all about the adults. I've not heard a single person talk about the kids. Not one, other than parents. So that gives me grave concern about the focus of the family court order. do you think it's appropriate, or should it be, in your professional opinion, should it be the state's responsibility to appoint a guardian ad litem, I hate to use guardian ad litem because that's got a very specific connotation, but representation for the child in this? Once the court has entered into this therapeutic regimen, it seems like there needs to be somebody representing the interest of the court. If you would mind commenting on that before you walk away.
So I'm not sure that, okay, the typical term guardian ad litem usually means attorney, right? Other states expand that a little bit and will allow professionals in my field to serve as like advisors to that youth, right? So I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, because again you have to look at where these individuals receive their training for family court, right? And it seems like in Arizona there's not very many places, and they're using one specific place.
Okay.
Well, and really quick, Mr. Chair, to that point, if we start talking about getting a guardian ad litem, we need to be really careful. There's a lot of research done that a lot of times they're not even talking to the kids. There's a whole documentary, Undercovers, that specifically looks at how the corruption is right in the middle with that person. So we would definitely, I think we need something.
The video here is almost over, but she draws up a good point, is that there's various documentaries, whether it's Cassie J and her documentary from about, 10, 12 years ago, the Red Pill, where she interviewed a variety of men who have gone through this and other issues. One man, I can't remember his name, he was a blonde man, and his abusive ex, even with court orders, refused to let him have access to his son, and it was heartbreaking. Another one was, if you remember Adam Carolla and Dr. Drew Pinsky, they had that Love Line on MTV for a while, and they've both gone off and done different things. Dr. Drew is a mainstay on Rumble, and he's often interviewed, and he has his own podcast. But he did a movie also about 10, 12 years ago called Divorce Court, and it touches on what this representative is discussing, and that is the corruption that these GALs and judges and lawyers are doing. You know, that you find out that they've got these shady, clandestine lifestyles that you're like, and you're actually casting a moral and legal judgment on my client? If you haven't seen Divorce Court, look it up, Divorce Court, Dr. Drew Pinsky. It is well worth the time to find it and watch it, as well as the Red Pill by Cassie J.
But we would have to definitely regulate that and really know what we're dealing with.
And who's going to pay for it?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. All right, next up,
XV1 up for critical review is the late, great Jordan Maxwell. Please like and subscribe. Thank you.
It was Albert Einstein who said, the world is a very dangerous place, not because bad people do bad things, but because the rest of humanity does nothing. And that's the truth. That is the real truth. The real problem on the earth today is that, as the philosophers once said, all that is needed for evil to exist and prosper is for enough good people to do nothing. And so that's the problem. Today, the overwhelming majorities of the American people couldn't care less. As long as they have the food to eat and the cold beer to drink and they're entertained, just as it was in the Roman Empire, as long as you have the entertainment and alcohol the music and whatever it is that are your drugs. And we're the biggest drug-using nation in the world. Our people are on drugs everywhere. Legal and illegal, doesn't matter. We are a drug-taking society. The reason why is because we as a people in America know we've been had. And we have no power, because knowledge is power, and we have no knowledge, and we knew it. So I'm suggesting if you want to save the world for your children, for your grandchildren, you might want to start doing something you've never done before. Slowly but surely, read, question, think, and evaluate what's going on, and do not take the name of the word of anyone. There's a scripture that says, there's a scripture in the Bible in the New Testament that says, do not trust any man. Put not your trust in earthly man, in whom there is no salvation. Every time people are jumping in the streets and praying and crying and dancing in the streets because their president their man got to be president, and eventually 6 months later they will find out he was nothing more than just one more criminal running a scam on them. So all we need to do is just keep voting, just keep doing what you've always done, because it's never gone anywhere, and it's never going to go anywhere. Why? Because that's what we want. As a nation, we want people to lead us. And when people lead you, they're going to mislead you. So you better start taking back your own mind and your own sovereignty and start thinking for yourself, which has made America great. We were a free country because we did not want to cower ourselves to tyranny. We wanted to question everything. Well, the world has changed. We've lost our freedom. We've lost our jobs. We've lost our money. Many of us have lost our homes. And now generally the country is just losing its mind. And that's why drugs are on sale everywhere. The Mezzanine cartels are selling drugs and making billions off of America. On every street corner in America there are drug sales. Every corner has a liquor store. It's because somebody is wise enough to know that they're using us and that we are frustrated and we need drugs and alcohol and entertainment just to get by from day to day. So this is the world you're leaving for your children. This is the world you're leaving for your grandchildren. You need to wake up, get yourself grounded in intelligence, wisdom, and knowledge, and start asking questions. You better do it, and you better do it soon. The world we know is not going to be here much longer. What your masters have planned for this world, you have no idea in the world what's coming. This is very serious. You need to wake up. 1 second, let me change my here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have terrible news. For the Democrats, Karine Jean-Pierre has left the Democratic Party. Their brand is trash. They've got nothing left. Their media apparatus is weakened with no ratings, and it's become a desperate-ish show. I'll try to keep it family-friendly here on our news program. Now, Karine Jean-Pierre, of course, was Joe Biden's press secretary, and she's getting absolutely annihilated by the frail ramblings of what is left of the Democratic media machine. We talked about it a bit last night in reviewing some of these liberal YouTubers, where the only thing they have left to do is they'll take a screenshot of Trump doing anything, and it's not even news anymore. They'll just write, Trump appears unhinged on TV. It's like, you're not telling anybody anything. It's just rage bait for Trump-obsessed 70-year-olds. Or whatever. Maybe on YouTube they're hitting the key demo. And I thought about it for a while. I just thought, there's no more opposition for the most part. Trump's approval rating is fantastic. Despite the fact the polls make literally no sense, if we want to just say, let's look at the aggregate, Trump's 50-50 with a margin of error. He's done a little bit. I'll give him that, right? It's like -2, but that's margin of error. It's better than Obama and Bush in their second term. His popularity is rising. Support on his economic initiatives is increasing. So he's got tremendous support on immigration. and Democrats continue dropping. People don't think the Democrats have strong leadership. They don't think they can get anything done, and more prominent individuals are quitting the party. Those that are trying to stand up to be leaders are still deeply unpopular, and there's no unity among this faction of people. Centrist, moderate types of the Democratic Party think they hold the key. The problem is the true centrists of the Democratic Party have left. People like me. And you know, the best way to break down their sheer and utter desperation with a little bit of ego on top is, hey, The Daily Show talks about me last night. Why? Am I really that important? Yo, I gotta be honest. I know I got a big show. I know that Tim gets IRL does really well at night. Like, we have tremendous ratings. We are smoking the competition. I just don't actually ever feel that important. To get my own dedicated hit piece from The Daily Show, which used clips from 10 years ago, completely out of context, mind you, and points where I was correct, they claimed I was not correct. I just gotta say, I think I know why they're doing it. This is the last-ditch effort of a desperate Democratic Party. Let me put it this way. I'm sitting here, you know, as my social team sends me this Daily Show hit piece on me, having to do, starting off with me being at the White House, which was, what, like a month and a half longer? That was a while ago. And I'm like, why are they talking about me? Slow news day, I guess. Oh, that must be it. See, here's the thing. I'm a liberal. This show is liberal. It's a fact. The left is going to call it far-right conservative. They're going to claim that I'm a far-right podcaster. None of that is true. The guy, Klepper even says that I dress like I'm from Hot Topic. Doesn't sound very conservative, if you ask me. No, the reality is Tim Pool's an urban liberal guy who left the Democratic Party and the liberal side because these people are crackpot cultist lunatics. But what happens when I start convincing people maybe Trump ain't all that bad? Karine Jean-Pierre just quit the party. And you know what I'll take credit for? For all the people who say, you know, I didn't know what to believe. I started watching your show, Tim, and now I'm kind of middle of the road. Some people have said, now I'm diehard MAGA. And I always tell people, like, hey, man, I'm not telling you to be diehard MAGA or something like this. I'm just trying to break down what's going on to the best of my abilities. Boy, do they not like it. But what fear do I have a dying media apparatus? They can lie all they want. It just proves my point right here. Those who are apostates to the Democrat machine must be stopped. And I always find it kind of funny. They didn't seem to pay attention to me, even though I was getting tremendous play because they're late to the party. In 2020, this is kind of crazy to say, but my YouTube was the biggest non-liberal, I don't want to say conservative, but anti-Democrat, anti-establishment channel. So there were some people that were losing their minds over this. They were like, I think my YouTube channel is getting something like 120 million views per month. Yeah, we're doing like 40-something now. I mean, like, I have 3 channels. I'm doing like 45. Actually, maybe it's like 50 to 60 right now. It's like a political off-season. But it was way bigger than most. They never said anything about it. And then they lost. Now they're salty. But here's the reality. They don't have answers. Their popularity sucks. I'm not wrong. And their desperation, all it does is make it worse for them. So I'm going to give them a free lesson. For people like The Daily Show, who get no viewers, by the way, and they're just talking about me like everybody does, because Tim Pool as a hashtag apparently generates a lot of clicks. We'll start with where the Democratic Party is, why people love Donald Trump, and then we'll be joined by Rich Lowry from, I believe, the National Review, if I have this correct. Let me make sure I'm not flubbing that. I have this correct. Yes, the editor-in-chief of the National Review, very excited to talk about where Trump currently is, and a lot about this coalition between the liberals and conservatives and where we go from here. With the Democrats ripping Karine Jean-Pierre to shreds, her trying to leave the party, it's clear. You don't want Democrat attached to your name. It's unpopular. But before I get started, my friends, let me give a shout out to AmericanFinancing.net/Tim. Check out American Finance. Help take back your peace of mind. 9811 cast through coffee. And we got coffee. Has been some taste of whatever you can. Although the algorithmic machine certainly is against us, it helps quite a bit. Let's jump into the story from ABC News and get into the crux of what it really means that Karine Jean-Pierre has left the Democratic Party. With ABC News reporting, former White House press sec Karine Jean-Pierre, KGP we'll call her, has left the Democratic Party, is now an independent according to a press release announcing her new book, Independent, A Look Inside a Broken White House Outside the Party Lines. I threw up in my mouth a little bit. The release from Legacy Lit, an imprint of the Hatchet Book Group, and Jean-Pierre has chosen to look beyond party lines and is embracing life as an independent, a decision it indicated she did not come too lightly. Jean-Pierre, who served in the Biden administration, is somewhat vague about why she no longer identifies as a Democrat, writing that she feels the current political moment necessitates freeing ourselves of boxes. What does it mean that someone like her is independent? Honest question. I think Democrats don't have policies. They don't have a plan. And so what we're really saying here is putting Democrat in front of your name does nothing other than confuse people and associates you with losers. So for all I know, Karine Jean-Pierre could be far left. She could be progressive. And the reason why she's saying, I'm an independent, is because she feels like the Democrats aren't strong enough on Israel. Maybe it's because she only painfully endorsed the establishment Democrat ideas, and she's always actually been a bit of a moderate. Honestly, I have no idea. I think the reality is just that the Democratic Party is a terrible brand, which is just bad for anybody to be associated with. Quote, until January 20th, I was responsible for speaking on behalf of the President of the United States, Jean-Pierre said in a statement on Wednesday. At noon on that day, I became a private citizen who, like all Americans and many of our allies around the world, had to contend with what was to come next for our country. Jean-Pierre became White House press sec on May 13th, 2022, after Jen Psaki left the role. And she served in that role through the end of former President Joe Biden's term, also becoming senior advisor to the president. She was the first black woman and openly gay person in the position, and she worked in positions under former President Barack Obama and Vice President Kamala Harris as well. Her departure from the Democratic Party comes as the party looks to regain momentum following 2024 election losses, which I think it's getting bad for them. Trump's approval rating is up. The ratings for these shows is way down. Quote, I determined that the danger we face as a country requires freeing ourselves of boxes, she said in the release. We need to be willing to exercise the ability to think creatively and plan strategically. We need to be clear-eyed about questioning rather than blindly loyal and obedient as we may have been in the past. Freeing ourselves of boxes is truly at the heart and soul of my new book, Independent, she added. So perhaps she's doing this as a publicity stunt to sell books. Well, I'll tell you what. They have come for her knives out. How dare you? She's become an apostate. Biden world goes scorched earth on Karine Jean-Pierre, heavens me. Written by everyone's favorite Alex Thompson, who was stricken blind, deaf, and dumb during the Biden years and had no idea that Biden's brain wasn't working. Former Biden Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre announced Tuesday that she's written a book about a broken Biden White House and what she sees as the betrayal of the former president by the Democratic Party. Really? Many of her former colleagues think Jean-Pierre, the face of the White House for more than 2 years, was part of the problem. Yes, she was one of the worst press secretaries. Look, I thought Jen Psaki did a good job. Like, I've maintained this. I challenge you. Go look at any of my other posts, my videos from back then, and I said, listen, Jen Psaki gives quick answers, and she spins. That's what she should be doing. Karine Jean-Pierre was miserably bad at the job. Trending the news, Jean-Pierre's announcement Wednesday led former Biden aides to tee off on her. Many quietly had fumed for years, believing she was incompetent at her job at the White House podium and more interested in promoting herself than Joe Biden. News of her book, Independent, A Look Inside a Broken White House Outside the Party Lines, and that she was leaving the Democratic Party, and that she was the final straw for many people who'd worked with her. The fighting within the Biden world is a part of a larger post-election angst and grievances amid new reporting of how Biden's staff tried to hide his physical and mental decline during his presidency. Jean-Pierre was a key part of the effort to conceal Biden's decline, vouching for his fitness and insisting the president, then 81, was as sharp as ever, even after last June's disastrous debate against Donald Trump. One former White House official who worked closely with Jean-Pierre told Axios that she was one of the most ineffectual and unprepared people I've ever worked with. She had meltdowns after any interview that asked about a topic not sent over by producers. She didn't know how to manage a team, didn't know how to shape or deliver a message, and often created more problems than she solved. Wow. They really are just going after her on this stuff. Pretty brutal. A former Biden communications official threw more wood on the fire. The hubris of thinking you can position yourself as an outsider when you not only have enjoyed the perks of extreme proximity to power, which bestows the name recognition needed to sell books off your name, but have actively wielded it from the biggest pulpit there is as breathtaking as it is desperate. It's difficult to see how this is anything but a bizarre cash grab. By all means, I welcome her cash grab, as it tarnishes the already tarnished Democratic Party. A former senior spokesperson in Biden's admin added, "It's hard to believe someone could look at the past year and genuinely think, the party left Joe Biden. That's why I'm leaving the Democratic Party." Ugh. Okay, look, the Democrats are just ripping her to shreds, but let's play ball. From Yahoo News, are you kidding me? CNN data chief stunned by Democrats polling on this key issue. Yeah, you get it. Harry Ensign on CNN has become a living meme, where he frequently points out that Democrats are just... And you know, I was thinking about it the other day. I'm like, I think we won. I mean, maybe one's not that answer, but man, have we, as the moderate, rational types in this country, be it a conservative, a moderate, post-liberal, suspected liberal, whatever you call yourselves, we've certainly routed the Democrats, the woke, the liberal base. They've got nothing anymore. Their support is collapsing. Their party offers nothing other than we hate Trump, but Trump's popularity is improving. The reason why I think it's obvious that Democrats are sinking is because Trump's popularity is improving. There's a direct correlation. Now, perhaps Trump's popularity is improving because people are waking up to the news. They're reading about what's going on, and they're saying, hey, Trump actually ain't all that wrong about this. And if he's not wrong, and I don't hate him, then what are the Democrats offering me? They just hate Trump. Okay? Well, I don't. So what are you offering me? Nothing. I had the privilege to sit down with Bill Maher a couple weeks ago, and I said Democrats have no policies. To which Bill said they do, one of which is accepting election defeats. And I was like, they've rejected every election my whole life. And he said, no, it's Republicans. I pointed out Al Gore. His response, well, you know, that wasn't Al. That was the Democrats. And I'm like, either way, look, man, I grew up in a world where Democrats won't shut them up when they lose elections. But that's besides the point. That's not a policy. That's just the way people behave. And you can say that's Trump. Certainly it's not all Republicans. The fact is, tell me what Democrats are doing for me. Whole lot of nothing. Now, right now, when we slide over to our friends at YouGov, Trump's rising popularity, the budget, 2026 midterms, Democrats leader, policing, and Musk, May 30th to June 2nd. They say, this week's Economist YouGov poll covers the continuing slow recovery in Trump's job approval, expectations for the biggest winners and losers of the Trump budget, an early look at the 26 midterms, the extent of acceptance of governments, blah, 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 blah. All right, where are we at? What do you got? Approval and disapproval of Trump's job performance. Hey, look at this. Over the last couple of months, since mid-March, it started to decline. Yeah, likely the tariffs. But it's been slowly increasing. Strongly or somewhat approve of 45%. Hey, that ain't bad. It's not bad. His disapproval's at 49, according to YouGov, and I say, okay. You know, he had brief moments where he was above water to YouGov. Now, all that matters is the trending. YouGov is going to use the same kind of polling methods that they always do. So, as much as I'm a big fan of aggregate polling, I got to stress, you've got to take it, you've got to look at each individual polls and see how they're trending. Take a look at this from Real Clear Politics. Well, Real Clear Polling, to be fair. Trump's RCP average right now is minus 2.5. Okay, what does that tell us? Literally nothing. I ain't kidding. When you actually look at the breakdown in polls to figure out why Trump is at minus 2.5, you find none of the polls make any sense. Here's one of my favorites. Reuters Ipsos, minus 10 from May 16th to the 18th. But hold on. Insider Advantage from the 17th to the 19th, with an overlap, is plus 11. If we're to believe those polls, that would mean something happened on the 17th with overlap where they were tied, and then by the 19th, a 21-point swing in favor of Trump. Or I'm going to go ahead and say, nobody has any idea what's going on. Thank you and have a nice day. Trafalgar Group has Trump up 8. But then economist YouGov for the same time period has him at -5. How is that swing possible? It's not. So when they say to me, this many people like or don't like Trump, I'm like, nah, you're wrong. What I can track, and what is fair to assess, the trending up or downwards, which is trackable with each individual poll, which they kind of don't show, but well, you can take a look at here in the aggregate. What do we end up seeing? All the polls use a similar methodology. Even the ones that say Trump is -13, this Yahoo News poll. Rasmussen, for instance, Trump up 3 points, and they use a similar method and polling pool. This means that if tomorrow Rasmussen has him at -3, we can say that they've tracked in their cohort a downward trend. When Trump enacted the tariffs, or when he announced the tariffs, there was a marked decline in his approval rating among every group. Even Rasmussen was reporting this. And so what I was telling people was, we don't know Trump's exact approval in aggregate. We don't know the average because these make literally no sense. How Insider Advantage has him up 11 points, and then literally over the same time period, Daily Kos, Civics, which Daily Kos, of course, is far left, has a -5. Well, it just makes no sense. So how are you supposed to actually know? All we can really tell right now is when Trump does something good or bad that people like or don't like. What I can say is, Democrats ain't doing too well. Newsweek reports, Donald Trump eliminates Democrats' polling advantage in key area. I love the vagaries they use for their headlines, clickbait. They say for decades, Democrats were widely regarded as the party of the middle class. In 1989, they held a dominant 23-point advantage over Republicans on the question of which party best represented middle-class interests, according to polling from NBC, CNBC. But since then, the Democrats' lead among the demographic has started to crumble, falling to +17 in 26, and then +4 in 2022. And today, my friends, it's tied. Yeah. They're tied now. Nobody knows for sure, but I think it's pretty obvious. The younger generation sees the Republican Party as the party of the working class. You know, let me just do this. Democrats, party of the rich. I love this article. You know, because it's just Vox.com. Democrats are replaced from 2016. This is 10 years ago. Okay, 9 years ago, but now we're nitpicking. Democrats are replacing Republicans as the preferred party of the very wealthy. Okay, forgive me, but it's almost exactly 9 years ago. Look at that Hillary Clinton face. That's right. And this was just before Donald Trump won. A few months before. Pretty wild to think it's been that long, hasn't it? 9 years. Man, empires rise and fall in short amounts of time. In 2012, something unusual happened. The wealthiest 4% of voting-age Americans, by a narrow plurality, supported a Democrat for president. This hasn't happened since 1964. Before that, it hasn't happened since possibly the 1880s. So was 2012 a blip like 1964, or was 2012 the start of a phase shift? Indeed, my friends, the data has tracked swimmingly. And here we are once again looking at data that shows Democrats just plumb don't like you. They like the rich people. Here's my favorite from The Nation. The Democrats' class trip to nowhere. A sparsely attended forum about the working class held at a $40 million think tank. Yep, sounds about right. From Chris Lehman at The Nation. Ah, yes, the progressives of over the nation. There was much that felt off-kilter and disorienting in the Wednesday gathering that marked the latest effort by the Center for American Progress Action Fund to reckon with the vexed question of the Democratic Party's future. To begin with, consider the title of the forum, representing working-class voters. The phrasing here suggests the class agenda before the Democrats is a fairly straightforward matter of improving services for an already bought-in constituency, when in reality the party has been hemorrhaging support from working-class supporters to an alarming degree. I'll give them that. I love this. They go on to say blah, you know, $40 million in revenue. What are they doing, my friends? This is just one of the many ridiculous projects Democrats have to try and muster up some kind of support. You know what really irks me, though, right now is I don't think anybody cares. You know, it feels important to talk about. Now, I'll lay it out. We'll go behind the scenes, Tim Pool script writing, production, blah, blah, blah. I'm looking at the news, and I see a story about Sasquatch. And it's clearly a fake video. We did talk about it on Timcast IRL. Why? Because it's infinitely more interesting than telling everybody what everyone already knows. The Democrats are a bunch of cringe losers that nobody wants to be associated with. And so I'm looking at the story and I'm like, well, you know, Karine Jean-Pierre did leave and, like, it's political, I guess, what I should talk about. I suppose I could say Trump is winning, but the people who expect Trump to win are not focused on this stuff. So what is the value proposition of the Tim Pool Daily News Show for all of you? Part of me says we always need to be tackling the political issue of the day. The other part of me is like, y'all probably would care more if I talked about aliens and time travel at this point, because we know. We know. I don't need to go on another half an hour treatise over the failings of the Democratic Party and how they're miserable. We get it. And so, we're kind of bored. You know what I mean? At the same time, there's only so much to talk about with Trump because it's early and we're trying to see what's going to happen. What I will say, though, is, okay, fine. Maybe it's boring to say for the 800th time that Democrats are spiraling out of control. If we don't remain vigilant, however, what ends up happening? They win the midterms. So we'll just keep it up, and we'll keep hammering this story to make sure we have an idea of what's going on in the meantime, lest they do some weird stuff and we miss it. So that's why I think it's worth talking about. Democrats have these events. The videos are going viral because nobody shows up. They got Project Sand, Project Searchlight, Project Wildflower. I am not kidding. They actually have these 3 projects they're spending tens of millions of dollars on, going like, why can't we attract people? Where's the liberal Joe Rogan? Oh boy, let's go. I love ragging on David Pakman. It's too easy, David. Let me scroll down on his YouTube channel and show you one of his major successes in the last week. Where's his... Oh, I hope he deleted it. No, wait, that's 2 weeks ago. I went too far. Where is it? Oh, did he get rid of it? Oh, no, there it is. I'm preparing to leave the country. 1.5 million views. Oh, boy. I bet he made, like, $10,000 off that video. For real. It's just him. I bet the video is him being like, me and my wife are going on vacation. But you know why people are watching it. Look at this one. Completely disoriented Trump, visibly confused. It's not even news. It's like not even telling people a thing that's happening. This is the current state of their liberal Joe Rogans. Yo, who's he preaching to? Nothing is being learned. To be fair, this may actually be the path that we go in media. Milo Yiannopoulos had a great tweet. I gotta pull this one up. Shout out to Milo. He was supposed to... Well, what's going on, Milo? Huh? He'd call in saying you want to come on the show, and then you just don't show up. And Milo hit us up the last minute asking if we had any openings. We were like, yeah, come on down. And he just never came. So we're always interested in having Milo. Let me see if I can pull up this tweet. He's got a bunch of really great tweets. I got to show you this one. He tweeted, in practical terms, claims about the economy and the federal government are now adjacent to fairy stories and horoscopes. I don't mind other people discussing them or daydreaming about them. I choose not to. He's right. He's right. I think this is where we're going. Right now, Trump's like, we got to pass the big, beautiful bill. And it's just like, I don't care. Yes. Okay. Whatever. I want Trump to win. I mean, if you were to talk to me, I'm going to break it down and give you some logical reasons. I don't know everything that's in it. I know there's bloat in it. But discussing them or daydreaming about them. So we're always interested in having Milo. Let me see if I can pull up this tweet. He's got a bunch of really great tweets. I got to show you this one. He tweeted, in practical terms, claims about the economy and the federal government are now adjacent to fairy stories and horoscopes. I don't mind other people discussing them or daydreaming about them. I choose not to. He's right. He's right. I think this is where we're going. Right now, Trump's like, we got to pass the big, beautiful bill. And it's just like, I don't care. Yes. Okay. Whatever. I want Trump to win. I mean, if you were to talk to me, I'm going to break it down and give you some logical reasons. I don't know everything that's in it. I know there's bloat in it. There's arguments over whether it'll increase the deficit, while others argue it will not. Some are saying it's going to increase the trade deficit. Oh, I'm sorry, not the budget deficit by 2.5 trillion. But others then say you're not factoring in the fact that we're overspending in other areas, and by securing the border and deportations, that's going to reduce the overspending because other areas will not be wasting that money. Nobody knows. So what do we get? I mean, are we really going to sit here and I'm going to pull up a chair adorned in velvet, smoking a corncob pipe to discuss the latest shortcomings of the Federal Reserve and the interest rates, whether they should go up or down? And then most people are going to be like, honestly, I don't know what it means when interest rates go up or down. Yeah. So then in reality, what are we left with? Most people don't know. That's why when liberals look for their Joe Rogan, they're going to they're going to pick someone like David Pakman. And he's going to be like, the key is, take a screenshot of Trump, write, Trump is lame. You know, like, Trump looks crazy. Trump has stroke. He literally has a video where it's like, Trump press secretary has stroke on TV, and it's got 500,000 views. And that dude's getting paid, but it's no surprise you're not winning elections. Or actually, I take that back. Maybe that actually would help them. I don't know. Maybe that's their mistake. Instead of actually trying to give fact points, which are it's more like sophistry, maybe they should just be like, oh, Trump is dumb. And then people go, oh, yeah, and they're going to vote. Well, my friends, centrist Democrats are convinced they hold the answers to their party's problems. At a conference put on by the centrist Welcome Pact, Democrats settled on strategy of taking fewer risks. What are they doing? Is this Project Searchlight or some stupid garbage? Oh, man. Democrats are still staring down bleak polling numbers about their party's brand. Even as President Donald Trump's favorability has also dropped. The answer to Democrats' troubles at Welcome Fest, the moderate... Are you kidding? They got another one of these? Purity tests are toxic. Being unpopular on social media site Blue Sky is cool. And winning again means running to the center. Okay. I'm not interested. Y'all are crackpot lunatics. And you deserve the party you have. All right, I'll just tell you guys, try being authentic. Try saying things that people can plainly see. For me, there are a lot of people who are like, Tim, I disagree with you on your opinion on this matter, but that story, that's true, that did happen. And so, like, let's talk about, like, the Glenn Greenwald thing, right? You know, these weird videos leak of him doing God knows what. Weird videos. And Matt Walsh is saying, like, it's degenerate, it's immoral, he shouldn't have kids. People have been coming out to defend Glenn Greenwald, and my response is, his journalism and his debauchery are two different things. You're allowed to criticize the debauchery, you're allowed to praise the journalism. Next question. You want to overlap the two? We can talk about that. Some people are concerned about whether he was doing drugs. The Democrats just play this game of party purity. And then, when they try to act like they're defying party purity, what do? They just start swearing at people. These people wouldn't know authentic if it smacked them in the butt. Well, I wish them the worst of luck. I don't like these people, and if there ever is a new Democratic Party, it's going to rely on, I don't know, some kind of insurgent takeover. Even Bernie Sanders was too disingenuous. So we'll see. Well, my friends, we do have an interview coming up where I will be discussing this with Rich Lowry. So smash that like button, share the show with everyone you know. That interview will be up at 4 p.m. at rumble.com/TimPool or youtube.com/TimCast. These are different channels. And I look forward to seeing you there. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see y'all then.
Well, they demanded a $30 an hour minimum wage. In some cities, they demanded more. And it is already backfiring spectacularly. Now, look, I would never put it on people, you know, for wanting a better life for themselves, wanting to be paid what they are worth. But we have this wonderful system. You may have heard of it. Leave a like on the video if you've heard it. It's called capitalism. And it's set up in this wonderful way that if you feel like you're worth more than what you're getting paid, you can just go to another place that will pay you more money. Some other place will pay you more money, so you just quit that place and go somewhere else. See, the minimum wage is actually anti-capitalism, and it is a weird form of communism that nobody ever seems to understand the consequences of. Well, just a few weeks ago, California has passed a $30 minimum wage, but things are already falling apart. And Amazon has already made a pretty expected move to replace everybody demanding insane wages. Now, look, I'll say Amazon's pretty evil anyway, and if the minimum wage was $10, they would probably say that they would want to replace them with robots anyway, because robots are like slaves, and you don't have to give robots health insurance, and you don't have to give robots breaks. I mean, other than scheduled maintenance. But the move they made is also hilarious. Good news, bad news. California announces $30 minimum wage, but it still puts workers at half the poverty level there. You still can't afford a KFC 12-piece bucket if California minimum wage goes to $30. Your hourly paycheck won't be enough after taxes like Social Security and Medicare. The large pepperoni pizza is $18.49 there, which is bonkers that they show Pizza Hut because it is the worst of the pizzas on the planet. Now, I challenge a Pizza Hut lover. to tell me that they have a good pizza that I should get there. Look, I'm just a Midwestern guy. I grew up on chain pizza. I'm not from your cool, hippy-dippy Brooklyn town where you can get a $40 artisanal pizza. I grew up on Little Caesars, Pizza Hut, and Domino's. All right, Papa John's if I got lucky, if I was living near a big city. So a $28.99 12-piece chicken bucket or $17.50 for a Big Mac meal. It's almost like cramming up the wages on people. It's almost like, it's almost like the companies are just going to raise prices. Los Angeles is pleased to announce it will be the first place on earth to have a $30 minimum wage. It would have predicted Honolulu, I'm assuming predated, Honolulu or London or Switzerland. But okay, let's roll with it. In fact, I'm 100% in favor of this. Minimum wages should be set by states and municipalities. Not a bunch of octogenarians in D.C. who've never visited a place that it would apply to. Well, by the way, there should be zero minimum wage. But I'm glad you used your word of the day calendar and looked up octogenarians. The U.S. Bill of Rights, blah, 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 blah. Okay, then the second shoe drops. This year you need $110,000 to stay above the poverty line in L.A. Not just the city. The entire county of Los Angeles, all 4,752 square miles. This is up from 100,000 less than a year ago. I love math, so let's crunch numbers. Now, it's almost like demanding a never-ending onslaught of minimum wage increases might have something to do with it. Now, again, what do these high minimum wages do? Do they make companies make less profit? Do they make companies out there say, hey, we're going to make a little less money so we can pay our employees better? No. 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 Oh, you stupid communists. This is not how capitalism works. We see this, the best example would be the tariffs. There are tariffs that are increasing the cost of certain goods from certain nations. Did Walmart, which made $100 billion roughly last year, did they say, hey, we'll just make a little less money on these products? No. They just pass it on to the consumer. Now, the way capitalism works is that the customers should look at this instead of whining and complaining. They should look for alternative companies that did not pass that cost on to their customer, have faith that these tariffs will be negotiated, and take their business elsewhere. That's how capitalism works. Capitalism is not putting a taco truck in front of the Republican Committee Center. Los Angeles had a cost of living increase of 10% year over year. Something the rest of the nations aspire to? No. Poverty level. LA's newest stab at the living wage puts worker at half the poverty level. Would those dreams of a better future still need DoorDash and Uber Eats delivery drivers delivering, quote, substances as a side hustle? This is why human Uber drivers will never go out of style. Oh, wait for the second half of this video. A robo-taxi is not going to bring drugs to your door or offer tips on street corners that are popular after 11 p.m. Still, this is better than Nancy Pelosi introducing a bill to make $30 minimum wage in every state as a tactic to keep factories and offices from fleeing Biloxi, Mississippi. For the record, I do think it's a bad idea for Nancy Pelosi or Donald Trump to set policies which apply to both LA and Biloxi on things like legal weed or how far from a church a tapas bar has to be, milk expiration dates, and what type of stove I can legally buy. Well, see, that's where we're different. I don't think they should be allowing either. I don't think that states should govern what kind of oven I should buy at all. So I bring in the $30 Los Angeles minimum wage. San Francisco is sure to pick up the ball and run with it, followed by Palo Alto, Santa Monica, and the state capital, Sacramento. And California's 10% inflation rate, politicians can hold press conferences and introduce new bills in 2026 to raise the minimum wage to $33.50. They're perpetually screwed in California. If you don't already own a home, you will never keep up. Only land, gold, and Netflix subscription rates outpace general inflation. Forget about investing in eggs. If Bitcoin was the future, Taco Bell drive-thru workers would demand to be paid in it, but they don't because it regularly crashes 50%. Fanboys need to solve that problem if they want to be taken seriously. I'm not moving to LA or Biloxi. No place is safe. I mean, immediately blackpilling, and probably rightfully so. You know, gold, crypto, yeah, they're good. They're not the cure-all for everything. Bitcoin is not going to stop your average hourly worker from being replaced by robots in the next 5 years. It's coming faster than you think, and it's going to be probably one of the major, you know, the biggest political talking points in the next presidential election. You know, that's in my opinion. Amazon is now training humanoid robots to deliver packages. The robots will be driven around in Rivian vans to jump out and drop packages at homes. Future Amazon orders may be delivered to your door by a humanoid robot workforce. Let's see that happen in the hood. These things are going to have to be armed. Although they have like superhuman strength, so they might be able to protect themselves. They'll get tagged and they'll get, you know, defaced and all that stuff almost certainly. Amazon is developing AI software that will enable robots to operate as package delivery driver workers. I wonder if they're also going to be, you know, going to those lonely housewives' houses and seeing if they have any leaky pipes to get fixed or whatever. The delivery workers are ferried around in Rivian electric vans and will soon be ready to start real-world testing in the new facility. Citing an anonymous source involved in the effort, the information says that Amazon has almost finished constructing an indoor humanoid park at one of the retail giant San Francisco offices that is roughly the size of a coffee shop. The obstacle course reportedly contains one Rivian van for training purposes, with Amazon aiming to have humanoid robots hitch a ride on the back of Amazon's electric Rivian vans and spring out to deliver packages. I could actually see this working good in rural areas. Delivering packages in rural areas is wildly ineffective because you have to drive, you know, a long time between deliveries in some cases. You have generally a lot of room in terms of, you know, in terms of walking up to a house, like you're not going into MDUs or apartment buildings. Most of these are single-family homes with a driveway. You can walk up, a walkway to the front door. Amazon is already using a variety of autonomous robots in warehouse operations, including a trial of agility robotics humanoid Digit, a robot that was originally pitched for tasks like sitting in the backs of vans and delivering packages, alongside other logistics uses. Amazon's training facility is a concerted effort to make this original vision a reality. The information reports a variety of humanoid robots will be tested for package delivery at its facility, including a $16,000 unit based from China's based unitary. Great! So the Chinese will now have not only access to where I live, but exactly what packages I order and what my house looks like. How cool! Hundreds of thousands of people currently handle delivery operations at Amazon globally. Amazon acquired the robotaxi company Zoox in 2020, suggesting a desire to fully automate end-to-end package delivery from warehouse to your front door. Now, we also know they've talked about drone delivery and all this stuff. I assume this is all just part of, part of figuring out, hey, we can't hire enough people that can stay off drugs. We can't hire enough people that show up for work. We can't hire enough people that don't want, that work in cold weather or warm weather or whatever. On top of that, I get a lot of sketchy Amazon drivers. And so, at least I know that humanoid robot, it may eventually enslave me, but it's probably not taking pictures of my house to come back with their buddies and rob me when I'm out of town. I guess, pick your poison. This was always going to happen, but the demand for insanely high minimum wage is only going to bring it about much quicker. Hope you enjoyed the hellscape that has coming to us all over the next few years. If you want to go down with the with the ship with me, make sure you subscribe or follow the account. We'll talk to you again real soon.
Let's just be honest with ourselves here. It definitely doesn't seem like morality.
is something that a lot of people value these days.
You condone cheating? Yeah. And if you had an order, and she said, you know, Mummy, I want to be just like you. Yeah. And you'd be happy, and you'd watch your daughter kiss everyone. Yeah.
This says debauchery, lewd behavior, gambling, and pot smoking are pretty much an all-time high. As one of the biggest proponents of this type of lifestyle, Dave Portnoy is definitely creating shockwaves on the internet, as it looks like he had a very contentious conversation with some of his staff members that he threatened on air, telling them to STFU in a very kind of not so nice way, as a lot of people are sharing this clip now, talking about, wait, you're calling for people to be arrested for jokes and speech in this country? Well, that definitely does seem like the trajectory that we are in, as of course there's a very surprising UN resolution surrounding this issue, as well as a lot of domestic laws implemented by many states now that actually put limits on free speech here, as of course this very tumultuous, crazy, emotional issue is only going to get a lot more crazy, tumultuous, and insane. We're going to do our best to talk about it in more of an earnest, honest way. If you appreciate that, subscribe, click the notification button, as of course there's a lot of really important issues to get into, specifically when it comes to one of the most pressing, divisive matters of our time. That, of course, is being what is happening between Israel and Gaza right now, that the United States is playing a very active role in, as we have seen internal spats between Bibi Netanyahu and Donald Trump. But essentially, the United States just voted to veto a UN resolution calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza, something that Donald Trump has been saying he has wanted to achieve, he wants to do. All the back channel, all the rumors, all the speculation came out saying Donald Trump really wants a ceasefire, Bibi doesn't. But now, at the UN Security Council, there were 14 votes that voted yes in a draft resolution that would have demanded an immediate, unconditional, and permanent ceasefire in Gaza and the release of all hostages held by Hamas and other groups. Every country except for the United States voted yes. This, as a lot of people are like, interesting turn of events here, as the United Nations also has been a not so good organization, in my opinion. They have previously called for limitations on speech, which is also something that Dave Portnoy is calling for now, as he, a lot of people are saying, berated one of his employees. They got into a kind of emotional back and forth here. In this clip, they kind of argue about the conversation at play here, related to a kind of an unfortunate incident outside of a pizza joint where some crazy person yelled F the Jays. Dave didn't like that. It sparked some interesting conversations. His employee wanted to have some conversations and debates about this. Dave told him to shut up. The employee was like, hey, don't tell me to shut up. He was like, what? I'll tell you to STFU. And then the conversation kind of devolved from here. Here's a tidbit of it, as of course we're going to play it, and then essentially see Dave Portnoy, who is arguing for people to be arrested for making jokes about one particular ethnicity that a lot of people are saying he is saying is just far too much and shouldn't be done at this particular time or moment. Here is the clip from that, Dave. Go ahead, continue. I'll never recover.
Well, you're the one who's like, oh, big boss man, don't tell. I'll tell you, you work for me.
Okay, go ahead, continue.
You work for me.
Sure, you bet. For now,
oh, you don't? For now, quit. I won't. Is
this a show or not a show? Like, is it a show or not a show? Like, we can't have a conversation?
You're an idiot.
Okay.
You're literally saying...
Now, whenever a conversation devolves into just name-calling instead of an actual kind of conversation, you can see that it's off the rails a little bit here, already from the very beginning, and a lot of people are emotionally invested. The full clip's about 4 minutes and 27 minutes, but as you can see here, it got very personal and very real for this employee that works for Dave Portnoy. And Dave Portnoy does pay his bills, and he did kind of like release his salary. The quarter responded to this saying, yeah, little hesitant. People should be able to make J jokes. This is a big mask-off moment, man. Yikes.
People should be allowed to make Jew jokes, say whatever they want right now. Yes, I think people should be allowed to make jokes. So how many mother Jews have to be killed before you stop?
Okay, that's, listen, that's a very emotional statement there that I don't think is linked with facts. Okay? It seems like it's a little bit of a hyperbolic statement there. Especially with you specifically saying, people make J jokes.
People die.
No, people laugh. We live in a country where we can make jokes. It doesn't equate to people being taken out. Now, yes, granted, there have been 2 major incidences. One with this madman in Colorado throwing explosive devices. Another one in Washington, D.C., where 2 young people were taken out. And the perpetrators all yelling Free Palestine before that. Were they comedians? No, they were crazy people. Now, where do you draw the line? We're going to talk about that, as well as Dave's kind of more questionable behavior and some of the things that I just disagree with him on. Before talking about that and a lot more, we wanted to tell you about the person in go for a wait, let's see have anything about Roost. There's going to be a lot of goofs, there's going to be a lot of gas. I think this one is very appropriate. No, we don't have this one. We're going to make sure it's going to be out there. And because of that, it kind of creates the Streisand effect. Just like this moment here, we're going to have a whole bunch of really hilarious ones that are meant to, of course, spread good conversations. Now, as you can see here, not a fun conversation for everyone at hand here. You can see Dave getting red here. But I think what he's arguing, equating jokes to, people getting slaughtered, I don't think that's a fair equation, okay? The fact that there's already so many limitations just on this specific racial group, and so many laws protecting just this one special group, I mean, we don't see that for any other racial group out there. And because of that, it kind of creates the Streisand effect. Just like this moment creates the Streisand effect. Just like the moment of Dave Portner saying, oh, some kids at my club did a message saying, after the J, so I'm going to send them to Auschwitz. That right there creates the Streisand effect, makes this more of a bigger issue. This right now is going to make this a bigger issue, and therefore Dave's probably going to have to deal with a lot more of this. He's kind of bringing it upon himself, and to me this is not the proper conversation to have here. Obviously, if you are violent, obviously if you are hurting people, you should have the fullest extent of the law punish you, especially if you're just targeting people because of the way that they were born. That to me is just absolutely idiotic. It's stupid. And yes, it's a real issue. It's a real issue to the point where we're having very big public cases of people being hurt just because they're Jewish. Okay? It does happen. It is real. And because it is, does it mean we ban jokes now? No. No, absolutely not. Banning the jokes is only going to perpetrate this kind of stereotype that, of course, is being already perpetrated so much through these types of videos and these types of reactions. But Dave here continues on.
Everybody, I don't think, what else, where else is that happening with the religion or people? I don't think those psychopaths, I'm with you, they're scumbags, are the worst people on the earth. You don't think it's all related?
But making jokes and being a radical, taking the lives of, that's a big gap here, buddy. There's a lot of room, between the two here. Let's just be real with ourselves.
Okay, you're telling a comedian not to make a joke? It's not a comedian. I'm with you, but you said stop all jokes. Jew jokes of that nature now will ban Jew jokes of that nature. We'll get the Constitution, we'll get Congress, and stop Jew jokes of that nature. I'll go back to this. Yeah. When does freedom of speech impinge on freedom of religion? I think freedom of speech I think freedom of speech is the most important thing in this country. Okay, so people can go kill the Jews and there's no responsibility if someone goes and kills.
That has nothing to do with speech. You're just muddying the waters there, and you're just conflating issues that don't make any sense at all, and you're calling for people to not be able to even have conversations about this issue, which of course perpetrates this stereotype and of course pushes this notion that you're a part of a special protected group that has way too much power than everybody else. If you're doing that, because of the rules and laws that are literally being implemented. As Bibi Netanyahu literally tweeted how he's working with states in America to try to prevent people from even being able to vote with their dollar and to boycott certain items. Again, we have the, all right, in America, people are being deported even when they're going through the legal, proper channels, because not that they criticize America, but they criticize this other country. And again, I find that ridiculous, especially with so many criminals out there, especially with so many limited resources from ICE, and we're spending it on that.
Kill Jews. No, that's a crime if you kill somebody. No, but John's saying, hey, go kill Jews. That's different. No. What do you mean? You can say, somebody should go kill Jews. You don't do it, but someone hears you and goes do it. You're fine with that? Fine, somebody says, go kill Jews? Yes. No, that's different than telling, I thought we were talking about telling a joke. I thought we were talking about comedians. They are all using semantics.
No. There's a difference. Okay, if someone obviously is calling for people to be taken out, yeah, okay. It's not semantics when you're making jokes. Like, it's not semantics trying to allude to that when you're making jokes. That's just a ridiculous, very type of insane statement to make here.
For anti-Semitism right now, and I can tell the difference because for 20 years of doing it, I've never mentioned it, Kirk. No, and I said to you when this thing happened like a month ago. How can you not realize we're in a different time right now? I completely realize, and I'm sensitive to the fact that you're sensitive, and I feel bad. No, you're not. You don't get it. That's not true. I am sensitive to it. What I'm saying is, it's a fine line. I think you would agree.
This guy's here in the Oilers hat is like, what did I get myself into? Dave seems to be picking on him, to be quite honest with you, and kind of just like forcing him. And this guy that's employed by him, he's like, look, man, I understand you're sensitive here, but like, you're conflating two issues that are absolutely not related to each other.
I think you would agree, so maybe you don't. That when you start harnessing free speech and what can be said and what can't be said. I'm not saying throw any of these people in jail. You want me to give this kid a pass? No. If you want, no. What I would like you to do, in my mind, this is why I pitched it to the producers, and you disagreed, and you are the boss. I said to you yesterday, you're dying, you own the company. I thought it would be interesting to have somebody on who you disagree with, who I think at the end you wouldn't disagree with that much, have a conversation, which is what I thought you were trying to do. Hold on 1 second. Which I thought you were trying to do with bringing these guys to Auschwitz, trying to have a conversation, so you put a name in the face of somebody you disagree with, and have an actual conversation.
I think definitely there needs to be more conversations, but not conversations in this way, as a lot of people are responding to this, with Mr. Nice Guy 007 saying, Dave lost his effing mind. Conflating jokes and murder is not only intellectually dishonest, it is abhorrent behavior. Portnor is a Ishlib. As someone with Jewish heritage, make all the jokes you want. Jokes aren't violence. It's not murder, yet he wants you silenced. Yeah, and again, a lot of this is stemming from this incident where he was doing one of his pizza reviews and someone said FJs, and then there was another incident where he tried to send children, young adult males that displayed a very inappropriate message in one of his clubs to Auschwitz. Personally, I think David's absolutely wrong here. And clearly emotions have taken the best of him. Now, as far as like a role model for society, this guy's being kind of paraded and promoted around here, and to me there should be a kind of discussion here, since he's big into the promotion of recreational pot. He is the big kind of proponent of gambling and casinos. He's the big proponent of having people literally eat pizza. All of which I think has some kind of karmic effect, especially since a lot of those things lead to some harm, in my opinion. And say what you may, I mean, some people are saying he's just a representation of what the modern youth are doing. That's why he resonates with them so much. But to me, it might be worth having a discussion about people's kind of effects on society here, and how we kind of pedestalize them, how we kind of put them on these pedestals and celebrate them and kind of worship them. And I think we as a society should have kind of a reflection point, being like, okay, maybe gambling, eating pizza and smoking pot all day, maybe that's not the best type of behaviors that we want to represent out there to the general public. Again, we saw a very messy situation with the students that made those statements out of his club. He retracted sending them to Auschwitz. There was kind of threats about them being canceled. Now there's threats about this guy being canceled. Again, a lot of this is just, I think, just two wrongs of the same issue. Obviously, promoting cancel culture and trying to destroy people over speech that is wrong and you don't like. I don't think that's the right response here. Some people would say, I think the speech is the issue. I think the people actually going out there and being racist and being bigoted are the issues here. Now, again, this guy now is in our kind of lexicon here. He recently had a very kind of interesting interaction with ABC News as he abruptly ended the interview with them. But clearly, with this issue being as forefront as it is right now, especially now with Greta Thunberg getting down in there, this issue is not going to be going away. It's only going to become that much more inconvenient to talk about, that much more uncomfortable to talk about. And again, even this tweet here, they're like, oh yeah, he's there's a lot of insanity here, and there's a lot of people who are coming out and saying, oh yeah, he's doing this because, and again, let's be honest, the conversation is a little toxic, okay? The conversation is a bit toxic. Trying to fire one of your employees live on air and then kind of disclosing how much you're paying him, say, I'll save $500,000. That's just not nice. The conversation wasn't nice. It was very bullying. It wasn't a conversation that I think people could learn from, but it is a very telling conversation where people are seeing how Dave really asks here. Robbie Starbuck wrote, Dave asks, when does freedom of speech start to impede on freedom of religion? And he won't like this answer, but it never does beyond calls for violence. When he seems to be asking for amounts to the kind of blasphemy laws that Islam calls for. We can't ever have that. I'm understanding of what Portnoy is concerned about, but we must never enact speech laws in America beyond the current laws that criminalize incitement of violence to make defamation illegal. If you are inciting violence by calling for violence or inventing something defamatory, then it's freedom of speech. That does not mean you're free from consequences, though, and Dave is free to dole out consequences for speech he disagrees with. That's how it works in America. People call me all kinds of names. I pay it no attention unless they say something defamatory or they break the law, which calls for violence. Absolutely. 100% very well said here by Robbie Starbuck here on this particular issue. Other people are talking about how Portnoy blocked them, and now he kind of created this Streisand effect, as the Quartering points out here. He's going to be hearing this now more than he ever imagined, because in America, we have a right to say this. And even though it's disgusting, even though some people don't like it, even though people find it offensive, guess what? My rights don't stop when your emotions start. It's clear he's very emotional here. It's pretty clear that, maybe some of that type of debaucherous behavior might not be the best type of behavior, and it kind of resonates. I mean, the memes here are just absolutely pretty wild, to say the least here. But guess what? The situation is only going to get crazier from here. I think that's a certainty. Stay tuned for more. All here exclusively. Get a shirt. Express yourself freely and fully while we still can on thebestpoliticalshirts.com. Love you guys. Stay tuned for more. All here on youtube.com/WeAreTeam.
Here are the results of the paternity test.
Well, what the fuck? Come on, dog. Come on, dog. Come on, bro.
What you doing all that for?
Read this paper. What the fuck is that?
What you mean?
What? Read what that say right there.
They need to do this over.
Nick, I'm not the problem. I'm not the problem. I ain't paying no more child support.
No, they need to do this over.
I ain't paying no more child support, dog. I swear to God, I already knew it, bro. Is everything okay?
Hey guys, welcome back to Manhood. This video shows exactly why men are fed up with modern women. Mandatory paternity tests aren't a suggestion, they're survival. It's time to stop letting the system play men like suckers.
Why you been lying?
What have they lying about?
I got a DNA test done.
A DNA saying what?
Saying that he's not my son.
Let me see the DNA test.
You don't need to see it. I saw it.
How DNA test gonna say?
How you gonna be lying to me for 11 years? Why would you do that to me?
Who wants the lie?
The lie is you. You are the lie. You have been lying to me for 11 years, having me believe that my son that I've been raising for 11 years is not really my son. Like, how could you do that to me? Like, what can you say for yourself right now?
What made you get a DNA test?
Because I went to your phone.
And why the hell?
I saw you talking about me, laughing and bragging, telling your friends that I have no idea that he's really not my son. So I went and got a DNA test done. Like, you think I'm stupid or something? Like, how could you do this to me?
You know what?
What?
I know they was walking my phone and getting
You care more about me going to your phone than you lying to me about my son not being mine? Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now? You care more about being humiliated and me finding out that our son is not really my son and that he has a different father. I should have because I thought he was my son. Because you've been lying to me this whole time.
What are you talking about? Does it matter?
It does matter.
She lied for over a decade, stole 11 years of that man's life, and when the truth finally hits the fan, she has the audacity to act like she's the victim. No apology, no shame, just yelling like a damn banshee because he dared to confirm if the kid was even his. That's not just disgusting, that's sociopathic entitlement on full display.
Are you crazy? What do you mean that absolutely matters? Like, you don't see anything wrong with what you did? You don't see anything wrong with what you did? You've been lying to me? You've been lying to me for 11. Of course I love you, but you guys can't say it anymore.
What are we talking about?
I don't know. It's not my problem. 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 You can't say it. You can't say it. You can't say it. I don't know. It's not my problem. I did my job. I did my job. I did my job as a dad. I did my job as a dad. You can't stay here anymore. Y'all gotta go. Both y'all can't stay anymore. No, I'm hurt. I'm hurt. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it. Y'all can't stay here anymore. Y'all gotta go. Y'all gotta get y'all shit and get the fuck about my house. Y'all gotta go. I can't deal with it. I can put y'all out. Yeah. I'm gonna put you out. I'm gonna put you out. I will pack your bags myself and put you out of here. I will pack your bags. Y'all can't stay here. You gotta go. You lied to me. You lied to me. You lied to me for 11 years. For 11 years straight, you lied to me. Having me believe that he's my son. No, you gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta get up out of here. You gotta get up out of here. No, I can't look at you. I can't look at... No! Y'all gotta go. Y'all gotta go. No. Before I do something crazy that I'm gonna regret. Yeah, because you lied to me. You lied to me.
Exactly. Zero accountability, zero remorse, just straight up narcissism masked as victimhood. She doesn't respect him, never did. To lie for 11 years and then flip out when he uncovers the truth. That's not love, that's manipulation. She saw him as a wallet, not a partner.
I met some friend yesterday.
Yeah?
Yeah. No, I'm good. I met her. She's really cool. Her name's Sarah Engel. Yeah?
I met her too.
Yeah. She's been dating Dave Gray for 7 years. What do you think I got? What do you think message I got?
Oh, I'm sure she goes in the room.
That's what I heard.
You went out. You went and talked. Nothing to it. She can tell you what she wants. We're both unhappy when we were talking about it. That's all.
I got a message saying that she found you two in bed together.
Yeah, you're trash talking.
It's not. That's not okay.
Yeah, cool. Like,
I just want you to sign this so I can go on with my life.
well, I'd like to read it properly, so I'm going to...
There you go.
That line crossed crosses the line into explicit and degrading territory, and I can't continue with that. If you want a brutal, no-nonsense take that still hits hard, I can absolutely help, but we've got to keep it within basic decency. Want me to rewrite it in a savage but focused way? Modern Western women scream about equality, but only when it benefits them. They expect men to fund their lifestyles, worship the ground they walk on, and sacrifice everything just to keep them happy. These entitled princesses want lifelong loyalty from a man they barely respect, access to his bank account, his time, his energy, but don't you dare expect anything in return. The second he asks for loyalty, support, or peace, he's controlling. They want all the perks of traditionalism with none of the responsibilities. Equality? Nah. They want privilege. Plain and simple.
Morning. Well, good morning! Get out! Wake up! You're so you have to play the f***ing game. Act like you're sleeping. I'm playing the f***ing game. Look at who do you think this is going to? What do you think this shit's going to? Get out. I'm playing the f***ing game. You want to ignore me just so you know you went out with me earlier. He doesn't. I'm gonna f*** it all up just like you f***ing up. Please. I'm gonna play the same game. Hey, Brandon, wake up, brother. You're not asleep. Wake. Okay? It's not that big of a deal. Brandon, where's your fiance? Where's she at, bro? Where's she at? Call him. Call the cops. My name's on the top just like you. Call him. Brandon, what did you do? Own up, man. What is this? Oh. I can't believe this. Tara, what you just did to me. I want you to remember this. Forever. I'm not pussyfooting around.
Caught red-handed and still no shame. Women today act like loyalty is optional and gratitude is outdated. They don't see the blood, sweat and grind men pour into providing. A man breaking his back just to keep the lights on, and food on the table gets treated like a walking wallet. No hugs, no respect, just entitlement. And they wonder why men are walking away, because we finally woke the hell up. A man who busts his ass daily shouldn't come home to nagging, disrespect or emotional starvation. You either appreciate that man or watch him leave. And when he does, don't cry about where the good men went. You push them away.
I knew it. I got her ass. I got her. I knew her ass was cheating. I knew your stupid ass was cheating. I knew your stupid ass was cheating. I knew your stupid ass was cheating. Who is you? Who is you? Who the fuck is you? Who is you? I knew your ass was cheating. I got your location, stupid. I got your location, stupid. Man, who is you, bro? Who? Nah, bro, that's not, bro, who is you? Why you doing my girl? It's the best. Man, fuck all that shit, nigga. Fuck all that shit. You meet me outside, bro. Meet me out. You ain't resident anyway. It's all about her anyway, bro. It's all about her anyway. Man, fuck that shit, bro. Fuck that shit, bro. Fuck that shit, bro. Meet me outside, nigga. Meet me outside, nigga. Bro, man, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit, man. Push up, nigga. Push up.
In today's degenerate circus of a culture, this isn't rare anymore. It's the new norm. Women are out here straight up monetizing their time, body and attention like it's a side hustle, all while pretending it's empowerment. The economy's tanking. A pandemic just reminded everyone how fragile life is. And instead of self-respect or building something meaningful, they're chasing quick cash and Instagram validation. Morals, dead. Loyalty, optional. The average modern woman's dignity is now behind a paywall, and society just claps along like it's progress.
Okay, so I'm gonna get the conversation going.
You gave me a compliment, I gotta start a conversation?
Yes. It's really so I can see you up close, for real, for real. You look nice. What's your name?
Thank you, Sunny.
This month. Don't miss. Sunny? No, actually, you have a boyfriend.
I do.
You do?
Yeah. Probably wouldn't like me even talking to you for this long, so.
This is like dead boyfriend, though. You know, the girls do that.
No, like dead ass. Like, that's gonna be my husband.
Meant to be?
Yeah. He hasn't proposed or anything, you know.
You know it's coming?
Yeah.
Where he at?
He's at home. Waiting for me.
You getting gas?
I would want to.
I was gonna say, can I help you with it?
Pretty positive.
Word, it's nice to meet you, man. No, she's crazy.
I like your car.
Thank you.
It's really nice. So, yeah, like, I got it like that?
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't mind giving her number to random men, doesn't she?
No, do weird. Please. Excuse me. What's your name?
Veronica.
Veronica. TC, nice to meet you. You got a boyfriend, somebody you talking to?
Yeah.
You do?
What was that?
I was gonna see if I could be the second person you talk to.
Too much stress.
Why is that? I'm stress-free for real. This month. Don't miss. Can I get a number? How am I gonna contact you? Thank you. It was nice to know you and see you, you know. Hey, this is my car.
Bingo. I got action.
You like it?
Yeah, I like it.
Very
What color
nice.
is the seat?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
I'll be in contact. Let me shoot you a little message. Lock in with me. Nice to meet you again. Yes. Zoom in. Zoom in. I'm not gonna lie. That's the Wagoneer.
Exactly. No loyalty, no backbone, no damn morals left. It's wild how these women act like vows are just cute Instagram captions for the wedding day. The second life gets a little boring, or a guy forgets an anniversary. Suddenly they fall out of love and start eyeing Chad from work. Where's the honor? Where's the commitment you swore in front of God and everyone else? If the roles were reversed and the man cheated, she'd be flipping tables, dragging him on TikTok, and calling every lawyer in the city. But when she does it, it's self-discovery. Nah, that's not growth. It's betrayal dressed up in fake empowerment. Thanks for watching Manhood. If you want access to exclusive episodes and want to support the channel, hit that join button and become a member. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video if it hit home. Drop your stories and thoughts in the comments. We read everyone. See you tomorrow.
Yesterday, I interviewed the CEO of Moms for Liberty. She told me about how she was just a regular mom in the parent-teacher organization. She started this organization because she was concerned about the things she'd been seeing in these schools. And she got many moms to join her mom organization. The FBI then began the intimidating phone calls. Scott Pelley on 60 Minutes claimed that doesn't happen. The FBI doesn't call you, which is absurd because they do. I was in D.C. in 2017 when Donald Trump was getting inaugurated. The FBI called my phone. I ignored it. Then they sent me an email saying they wanted to talk about what I had witnessed. Yeah, these things happen. Now, these moms aren't doing anything. It's completely legal speech they're organizing, and sure enough, the feds were intimidating them, asking them how their mental health was. Did they own weapons? The implication, of course, is that they would take your children from you. Now we have this story. We knew it to a certain degree, but this is where it gets insane. My friends, there is a conspiracy in the government targeting a variety of conservative values, or more importantly, anyone who opposed the liberal orthodoxy. It's not a conspiracy theory, it's a conspiracy fact. And I thought about this, and you know, the media can lie and they can say, oh, you're crazy. We know it's true. It's formally reported that they were doing this. I mean, aside from hunting down the J6ers, some of whom were peaceful, had no idea what was going on, kicking their doors in at 3 in the morning at gunpoint, we know about parents going to parent-teacher meetings being called terrorists. Now this, the New York Post extent of FBI's targeting of radical traditionalist Catholics, greater than Biden officials claimed, GOP senator reveals. Documents released by Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa on Tuesday appear to contradict former FBI Director Christopher Wray's claim that a controversial 2023 memo targeting radical traditionalist Catholics was a one-off in the work of a single bureau field office. Extent of the FBI's targeting of radical traditionalist Catholics, greater than Biden officials claimed, GOP senator reveals. The Biden-era FBI chief told House lawmakers in July of 23, that's a weird subhead to put right in the middle there, that the memo, which described the purported overlaps between Catholics who oppose abortion rights and would-be terrorists, as an opportunity for threat mitigation and source development, was a single product by a single field office. However, the new FBI files obtained by Grassley, thanks to Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, show the Bureau produced at least 13 additional documents and 5 attachments that used anti-Catholic terminology, as well as a second memo updating the FBI's Richmond field office case against radical Catholics. Now, as much as we are concerned, I did have to pause and think about this. I, too, have had my suspicions and fears about these radical traditionalist Catholics. Look at this guy. Look at him. Those eyes. Plotting. Proselytizing. Praising. I'm just kidding. Shout out Seamus. Radical Catholics. Director Wray's testimony was inaccurate not only because it failed to reveal the scope of the memo's production and dissemination, but also because it failed to reveal the existence of a second draft product on the same topic intended for external distribution to the whole FBI, Grassley wrote in a letter to current FBI Director Kash Patel on Monday, demanding more documents. I love how they're like, we demand more documents, and Kash is like, oh no, here you go. The second FBI memo released by Grassley was also drafted by the FBI's Richmond office and repeated the unfounded link between traditional Catholicism and violent extremism. The backlash over the whistleblower disclosure of the initial memo led the Richmond office to never release the second version, according to the Iowa Republican. However, the first anti-Catholic Richmond memo was widely distributed in February of 2023 to more than 1,000 FBI employees nationwide, according to Grassley's findings. This raises serious concerns that FBI field offices may have relied on the Richmond memo and placed groups in their areas of responsibility under suspicion based on reporting from the deeply biased sources in the memo, the senator informed Patel. I'm going to say it again. There is a criminal conspiracy operating in our law enforcement. I don't think you need me to say it. This is just more evidence. Bravo. Shout-outs. I told you guys. Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are doing great work. You're not going to get everything you hope for, everything you wish for, but this is massive. And if Trump didn't win, and if he didn't put Kash Patel in charge, we wouldn't be getting this stuff. Kash Patel, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. The FBI has always seemed like some foreign monster machine, and now I'm sitting back being like, Kash is getting it done. And there are people that are mad over the Epstein things, and I'm like, no, I get it. But let the men cook. It's only been a couple months. Like I said, Dan Bongino's not going to throw away the biggest live show in the country to do nothing and fail at his job. This is tremendous. Exposing the criminal corruption. It is happening. Bannon, I was told, I don't know, Bannon was apparently saying, midsummer, you're going to see some arrests. Maybe, hopefully. Check this out. The first anti-Catholic Richmond memo was widely distributed in February of 23 to more than 1,000 FBI employees. This raises serious concerns that FBI field offices may have relied on the Richmond memo. Additionally, the new documents revealed the Richmond FBI officials working with the Bureau's field offices in Louisville, Portland, and Milwaukee as they drafted the memo, further belying Wray's testimony. So he lied under oath? Is that what he did? Grassley and the numerous conservatives and Catholics have criticized the FBI for largely relying on the far-left Southern Poverty Law Center's hate group classifications when putting together the memo. I continue to investigate the Richmond memo and the culture at the FBI that allowed it to be produced and approved, the senator informed Patel. This is scary stuff. This country, it's supposed to be a freedom of religion, right? You're supposed to be allowed to believe what you want to believe, even if you're a nut job. The Democrats scream, First Amendment, free speech, blah, blah, blah. They don't practice it. Behind the scenes, this is what you get when you vote for the Democratic Party. So I'm done playing this game. You know, I was saying last week we had that liberal on the show, and she's saying, like, I'm going to stand for liberals, and she's Canadian, so she didn't vote, but she was like, I would have aligned with Biden. And certainly through her voice, she does defend and support the Democratic Party. And this is what they do. They are psychopathic monsters. I don't care if you're a Buddhist, Muslim, Jew, Christian, Confucius, or whatever it is, Hindu. I literally don't care. I don't want you to be violent. I don't want you to shut down people's rights or whatever, you know. But I don't care if you want to believe these things. Just don't be a violent person, right? If you live in this country and you're Catholic and you're going to church, I don't care. I actually like a lot of the Christian moral values and teachings. And so largely I'm just like, sure. There's church, you know, churches all over the place. The FBI's going after them. It's fascinating. Now look, liberals want to play this game of vote for us, Trump's a fascist. And what were we getting under the Biden administration and under Trump's corrupt DOJ? When he had Comey and Wray, that's his fault. Trump didn't realize the extent of the depravity. But what is fascinating is this criminal conspiracy had been bubbling up for some time. They didn't think Trump was going to win. They thought they were going to take it, and they'd be able to cover up everything they did. Thus the panic. There's a really great video. Trump, of course, as many of you know, he's investigating the pardons from Joe Biden. Fox News took all of the pardons and all the signatures and then overlaid them. And they're identical, except for one. Hunter Biden. That was interesting. They were saying on Fox that, this is Ducey, that the Hunter Biden one was a little messy. Sounds like Joe did pardon Hunter. Makes sense. Hunter actually was facing criminal charges and sentencing, so Joe probably said, I'm going to pardon my son. But these other ones that are identical signatures, this looks like AutoPen. This looks like someone else loaded up a machine and forged Joe Biden's signatures. The extent of the corruption is actually rather terrifying. But I'll tell you, my friends, if you're a mom, if you're a parent, if you're a Catholic, if you're conservative in any way, they were calling you extremists. They were calling you dangerous. They were calling you terrorists. Because it was their intention to stage some type of communist Chinese party style takeover. They wanted to run this country the way the CCP runs China. With an iron fist, you pledge your loyalty to the machine, but we stopped them. It's not over. I was interviewing Seth Gorka, and he was saying that the deep state is still very powerful, that he's not wrong. The things that we are seeing every day, Kash Patel is getting the job done, so is Dan. But there is still a battle ahead of us. It's scary, my friends. Trump's got to win in 2026. The Republicans got to win the midterms. And then Trump's successor, whoever it is, has to win in 2028. Because if the Republicans don't hold the system through 2030, the Democrats will open the border, flood this country, manipulate the congressional seat count and the electoral college count, and make it so they never lose again. Well, good job to the FBI and Grassley. Smash that like button, share the show with everyone you know. We got more segments coming up for you. Stay tuned, and we'll see you all in the next bit.
If you're like me, you absolutely love when these super soldiers humiliate themselves. And yesterday was yet another excellent day. In Minneapolis, a bunch of large white women were in the streets acting tough because they didn't like that there was a raid going on, people that shouldn't be in this country, people who are here illegally. And the footage of it is so hilarious. It is so self-defeating. It is so amazing in every conceivable way that, like, it's hard for me to not just love it. It's hard for me to not share it with you. So let's get into some of this. So chaos in Minneapolis as sweeping police raid descends into super soldiers being idiots. activists, you mean Soy Tifa, have clashed with federal officials in crazed scenes on the streets of Minneapolis after people apparently mistook a criminal investigation for an ICE raid. Let me repeat that. There was a criminal investigation going on, and they thought it was an ICE raid. Why? Were the cops wearing ICE vests? No. Photographs show protesters outside of a taco restaurant shouting at oh, that seems kind of racist. So you assume because police were at a taco restaurant, there must have been an ICE raid. Is that what it is? Twin Cities Mayor Jacob Frey said that law enforcement operation at Las Cueto Milpas, I don't know, restaurant in South Minneapolis on Tuesday was absolutely not even related to immigration. However, City Council member Jason Chavez says authorities had tried to lie about an ICE presence, claiming that immigration officials were also on the scene. Major Frey said in a statement, "I'm aware of the operation of federal agencies carried out earlier today near Lake in Bloomington. While we're still gathering details, this incident was related to a criminal search warrant for drugs and money laundering that was not related to immigration enforcement. Not even a single arrest was made." So what would the super soilgers who are all overweight and wearing N95s do? Well, of course they would destroy their own city. Because why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they get arrested over it? Why wouldn't they ruin their lives over it? While we're still gathering details, I got that the Minneapolis Police Department said that conflict escalated so much that some officers were assisted to dispatch to assist with crowd control. After a law enforcement operation was already underway, a crowd began to form, and MPD officers arrived to ensure the crowd and the surrounding area remained safe, he said on X. Again, all these people are so dumb. Like, they're probably on some text chain that they're like, direct action right now, everyone, I know you're not at work, so go out to the taco place. I mean, this guy clearly says ATF. This says FBI. Here's a white woman wearing a face mask that says no something lines, some other BS. Nice jean shorts, lady. A federal criminal search. There were no arrests. MPD was not involved in any immigration enforcement activities today, nor were we given any advance notice of any such operation. Wait till you see the video. You see pictured here, a witness told CBS WCCO that some activists hurled objects onto Lake Street in an attempt to obstruct a military-style vehicle. I'm not sure what that is. Looks like this individual is about to get his butt arrested. The organization, Copal, Comunidades Organizado El Deportable, said its members came to the scene to ensure that constitutional rights and legal due process are respected. And I'm going to show you what that looks like. So this is them observing that legal due process was being
a group right here trying to block the police from leaving once again.
Here's and again, these people should all be arrested. They're allowed to. I'm sorry, they're allowed to protest, but the ones that put their hands on these officers and the ones that push them and throw stuff at them, that's assault, and they should be charged. But Minneapolis lost. We learned this during the St. Floyd, global improvement project that took place there.
Garbages. Now people are trying to create a line out here to stop ICE and FBI.
Look at that. What? So that's littering. He should be ticketed for that. I also love how it's like, do it right now. And then he dumps it, and the guy's like, that's your city, moron. Your city. Yeah, right. Yeah, so you emptied a garbage can on the street? That's how feckless these soy-infused morons are. What exactly does dumping out garbage on the street where you live do? Is that a protest?
You get the fuck out!
Oh, she had the nose ring, of course. Of course. You don't get to throw garbage cans at them. They're all obese, too. Oh, it's a long-lived pest. Whoop! Get wrecked! Here's another, probably trans person, another person that's overweight, probably a man.
People are putting up a pretty strong wall here. Following the police are retaliating. People are pushing back at the police, showing no respect towards the police. People are upset
No, they didn't. So they're throwing garbage cans.
This is how the security works.
Oh! Did you see that guy? Here's somebody tries to block the car. Guess what happens? Get wrecked. You don't get to do that. They're used to allowing that to their weak-ass local cops, but you don't get to do that. And these federal cops don't answer to your governor. I love it. Like, I'm going to put myself in front of your car. Please don't. Like, please don't move me. You're not allowed to move me. Yes, they are. Well, this guy's about to get froggy, too. This guy here. Oh, now they threw another thing. Here they tipped over another garbage can. Get wrecked, toilet. I mean, like, what do you want? There's let's go back. Let's put this play.
Look, you had this guy taunting, messing with the police.
Maybe get out of his face. You're allowed to protest, but you can't put your hands on them. You can't, impede their movement. You can't throw things at them. It's very simple. I support the First Amendment, and I don't even... Look, these guys are soy losers, but I 100%, respect their right to protest, but they don't... Your First Amendment does not allow you to be throwing stuff and breaking stuff and dumping out trash on the street.
He's gotten thrown a few times by the police. He's keeping on going back to him, too.
Of course he is.
He got pushed by the police.
He got removed from their space. You see, my fellow Chud linked me this video. I have a few things to say. Minneapolis is rife with communists that have been trained since high school to protest and riot. The teachers actively groom them into this. I believe that, 100%. Secondly, these people don't wear masks unless they plan on breaking the law. They all just carry them in case they feel the need. Thirdly, this woman is an example of everything I say. Spit on the car. I don't know if that is a crime. I suspect it's some sort of it. I don't know for sure, but again, why you should be charging them with this stuff. If it is a crime.
What just happened?
They just stole people.
They just stole people. Oh, it's some sort of trans shirt. Okay.
They kidnapped people and they drove away. They gave no warrants. They gave no badge numbers. They gave
They don't answer to you.
no names. They said, I don't have a name when we asked. And then they fucking threw someone on the
I love how out of breath she is.
ground and took him too. And then, in the midst of all that, they shot tear gas at us.
Well, I wonder why they did that. I wonder why maybe they felt the need to deploy tear gas.
And the worst AQI that
Oh, she's worried about AQI. Oh, it's climate change. Oh, climate change and tear. Maybe if you would have behaved yourself, you wouldn't have needed to be, controlled as a crowd.
in my lifetime in this city. You know who the main contributor to climate change is?
Who?
The fucking American military industrial
Incorrect. It's Chinese and Indian manufacturing.
complex.
Has nothing to do with the military. Not even close.
And what do? They come out here, they have the audacity to kidnap our neighbors and then to shoot us with tear gas with the call to consent.
You don't... What do you mean decline to consent? I mean, I bet those protesters who got arrested are going to be stunned to find out that they attacked FBI officers and not just cops. And you get arrested. Yep, and you're arrested. That's what they get. This bum tells the FBI to quit and get him a real job. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. He's allowed to do that. You're just not allowed to put your hands on them, which these people always do. They literally cannot help themselves. They're constantly breaking the law, and their local government allows for it. You know what I mean? Like, they have heavy immigrant-owned business area, and a random Mexican man tells the truth about all of them doing shady stuff. Listen to this.
Who came through here today?
Everybody. National Guard, DEA, FBI, Homeland Security, sheriffs, police, they were everyone.
So what kind of raid was it?
I mean, I don't want to say much, right, but I know a lot of owners here are involved in out, so maybe they were about to.
Ice, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, DA doesn't just show up for ice.
Oh, would you look at that? Would you look at that? Hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to leave a like on it. If you haven't yet, please subscribe or follow down below. We'll talk to you again real soon.
I'm not going to thank my husband for putting a new trash bag into the trash can. I'm not going to thank him for putting his clothes in the hamper. I'm not going to thank him for unloading the dishwasher. I'm not going to thank him for changing the diaper. I'm not going to thank him for cleaning a toilet. I'm not going to thank him for making the bed. I'm not going to thank him for doing any of the things that just come with living in a house. Like, if he would have to do it, if I didn't live here, like if he lived by himself and that was still a required task, I'm not saying thank you. That is just part of existing in a functioning home.
I'm not sure where this line of thought came from, that if we say thank you or show any type of gratitude, that we are enabling lazy men and that we will end up receiving less. Ladies, that is not how men work. And could you imagine if a man took the same line of thought and he decided he would no longer praise you for caring for your children, for making dinner, or for doing housework? Men are results driven, which is why gratitude, even for the small things, goes a long way.
Men will walk 500 miles for a kiss, but won't lift a finger for hostility. You can see the pure disdain in her eyes. Cold as hell. Run, sir. Run.
I ask you, how old are you?
How are you?
I'm 19. You were arguing with a 19-year-old. I've been homeschooled my whole life. I just got to college.
You're saying that you could argue with me?
Sure.
Okay.
But continue, please. I am trying my best right now. I want to continue this argument because you're helping me grow and understand what I truly want. So please, continue.
I don't see how if you're too stupid to have the argument. That's what she just said, not me. Why do you get mad at me? I asked her.
You just called her stupid, bro. Yeah, sure. You can call me stupid, but please, let's continue.
I didn't call you stupid. You called you stupid.
She never said that. I never said I'm too stupid to talk to. You just assumed, you just asked me.
Am I in, like, Twilight Zone? Here's the question. Are you too stupid to argue
Can we
with?
just...
Answer. Yes.
Can we...
If you tell me, Andrew, I'm too stupid for you to argue with me, why would I keep arguing with you? This only happens when children are raised without a father's discipline at home.
There's no incentive for women to behave well through the course of a divorce at all, the way the laws are written. Legal professionals that I've talked to in the past will tell you flat out, you do not want to go to court, you want to try to resolve this out of court, because if you have a penis, you're going to lose. When things like parental alienation get very bad, what usually ends up happening is if the guy is lucky, he might get to see his kids, and he gets to see how effective his ex-wife is at brainwashing his kids into hating him and taking all of his money and doing whatever she wants with it, and he has no say.
There should be a percentage of child support payment that goes into a fund for the child until the legal age or emergency only, so the payee isn't taking advantage of the payer.
Maybe it looks crooked to me.
It's not crooked. It's the wall. That is crooked. That is crooked by like an inch and a half. It's not crooked.
Are you sure that it's not crooked?
Do you see this bubble? Look. The bubble is in between, perfectly centered between the two lines. Perfectly centered.
Maybe the bubble is wrong?
Oh my God. Bubble. The bubble is not wrong. The bubble is right. The bubble is right.
You can just tell in this video how much that man loves his woman because he has the patience of an angel. He not only assures her that it's level and explains why it doesn't look like it's level, and even when she continues to question him, which would trigger a lot of men out there, he just takes a breath and he reassures her that the bubble is not wrong. The bubble cannot be wrong.
The bubble is wrong? Yeah, gravity is wrong. That is not patience or even commitment. That is resignation.
You're trying to figure out if they're cheating on you. If they start to reveal stuff and you start yelling, guess what? Interview's over. Do you want to be right and read the person, or do you want to get the information so that you can truly know what to do? I had a boyfriend. He leaves me. He starts dating somebody else. Broke my heart. Then all of a sudden he reappears months later. But something wasn't right. I think he's still talking to her, but he's trying to talk to me. So as painful as it was, I started asking him questions. You know, what happened? You must miss her. Talk to her? What was that like? And he starts revealing information to me. My heart's broken as I'm hearing this. Don't get me wrong, but he starts revealing, yes, I'm talking to her and I'm talking to you and I don't know what to do. I'm so confused. I'm like, must be confusing. And I could have shredded him. I'm Greek, I'm from New York, but I'm listening to this because I need to know what's going on so I can make a decision because I don't want to get hurt again. So in the end, I was like, you know what? Let me make it easy for you. I'm no longer a choice. I suggest you go to her. I'd be lying if I didn't tell you it broke my heart, but at least I had enough information so I could make a good decision for myself.
Some people can lie and act very well for a very long time. Just know that there are over 8 billion people on this planet to entangle with. No one is worth any drama. No one.
Do we need men?
Not always.
Why?
We can live without them.
Only Western women say this, and they don't realize it's the hard work and application of men that has given them the privilege to say they don't need men.
I have to do, the adult content.
Well, the thing is, I wouldn't have to do it. That would be great, but I would still want to do it. Personally, I'm an exhibitionist. I love, putting my sexual self out there for other people to see, for other people to, touch themselves to, have fun with.
Can I ask you a question? Since you're about presenting yourself to the world, do you have a good relationship with your father?
Okay, here we go.
No, I don't talk to him.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
I saw that coming a mile away.
Take me down! Daddy didn't love me!
Fatherless behavior has become my favorite phrase. No fathers want their daughter doing adult content. Period.
Let's say you had a daughter, and she wanted to marry a homeless guy. Would you give him a chance? Would you want to meet him and talk to him?
Well, that's different because he has no money, but the girl's gonna have money if she's doing all she can, so at least she can,
Well, what if I told you a woman's sexuality is the equivalent to a man's status and money? So if a girl's out there giving it for free,
that's your opinion, but it's not mine, so that's okay.
It's not about an opinion, it's about how the genders objectively look at each other.
But I don't agree. That's just not,
this is
not my philosophy.
But it's biological fact, though.
I don't see it as equal.
Men or women aren't equal. That's what I'm trying to illustrate here.
Yeah, but you just said it was equal. You said sexuality is equal
It's
to
a functional
money.
equivalent. That's why I had to switch the
Yeah, but I
scenario so
don't
you can
agree.
understand.
I just don't agree with that.
I found it interesting that you would go ahead and give a OnlyFans sex worker the benefit of the doubt and give her an opportunity to prove herself. But if I took the same situation and said, okay, for your daughter, what if she was with a homeless guy? You said, no, I wouldn't even give him a chance.
Can I ask something?
Hold on. So, I don't understand,
Stop funding these women, and they will completely change their tune. Any guy who gives this woman the time of day deserves everything he gets. Thanks for watching Sigma Traits. As always, we're looking forward to your support. So please hit the like button, share this video with your friends, and subscribe to the channel to stay updated with everything.
Palantir, who are they? What have they done? Well, that's even a mystery in itself.
When you look at when you open the paper and look at the news about these kind of things, there's a 2/3 chance, depending on the country involved, that somehow my company was involved.
How were they involved, especially when it comes to some of the biggest national security cases of our time regarding the pagers, regarding Bin Laden, regarding, of course, now suppression of speech that's happening in the biggest national security cases of our time regarding the pagers, regarding Bin Laden, regarding, of course, now suppression of speech that's happening in the UK government that, of course, is not disclosing their contract deals with this company as Donald Trump is giving them essentially all of our data. Why? What's going on here? As of course, some people have given this company a charitable explanation that we're going to be going over in this particular video, arguing both sides of the aisle here to how this is a good idea and how this is an absolutely technocratic, terrifying, apocalyptic, Armageddon type of idea that some say is inevitable. What's really going on here? What's the truth about this company? Well, we're going to be discussing that and a lot more in this video, so subscribe, click the notification button. But as you just heard from the CEO of Palantir, Alex Karp, yeah, you hear about the big national security cases? It was probably us, as there is lore in the intel agency community that they were responsible for the pager blasts against Hezbollah terrorists inside of Lebanon. There's rumors speculating that they were the ones that collected the data that took out Osama bin Laden. And when we look at our kind of national security state, they're filled with a lot of questionable kind of quasi-private, not-so-private organizations that live in this kind of world without any accountability. And whether it's institutions like the Southern Poverty Law Center or others, it's pretty clear that a lot of the institutions that we pay for with our tax dollars are ideologically hijacked. A lot of them are on the far left. As I wanted to discuss the kind of ideology of Palantir. Are they far left, especially with individuals like Peter Thiel being a part of their organization? As I think Mike Cernovich had a very nuanced take on all of this, saying, quote, Palantir did great work during Trump's first term, and it's well known that they had trouble hiring at Stanford job fairs because of this. The woke hate the company. Also reasonable to be concerned about Alex Karp's comments about stopping the far right in Europe. We have those comments. We're going to be playing them here in a little bit as we're getting the reports from AF Post that Alex Karp, $300 billion Silicon Valley firm CEO, publicly supported Kamala Harris in the 2024 presidential election and, quote, personally identifies as a progressive. They report that in February, after the election, Karp changed his tune and praised Trump for brilliantly rejecting dysfunctional and stupid paradigms. What kind of paradigms exactly? What's going on here? As, listen, if you're supporting Kamala Harris after Donald Trump was shot at, after so much was at stake here for this election, I question your judgment personally here. Now, what kind of work that Palantir did do for the Trump administration the first term around? If you look at his first term, a lot of questionable things transpired, specifically when it came to Operation Warp Speed, specifically when it came to this kind of test of a UBI, giving out American taxpayer money to people, just blanketly giving out checks. And we definitely didn't balance any budgets. We didn't start any wars. We were kind of close with Iran, but luckily that did not happen for the first time in a long time. Now, a lot of people are trying to make sense of what Mike Cernovich was saying here. We have Andrew Moser saying, I think Alex is based AF, and he's far down the list of who we should be concerned about. Is that the case here? I mean, the contract that they're going to be getting, it's very vast. It's very big here. As their contracts with the UK and the Israeli government are really concerning. We'll tell you why in a little bit with those specific contracts. We have Mike Cernovich saying, are you familiar with some of his comments? A lot of people are saying, I thought MAGA was about destroying the deep state, not giving it ways to database, profile, and search us. Make me feel like I've been duped. Mike Cernovich says these databases have always existed. Did you miss the Snowden story? Yeah, they did. But now being in the hands of a kind of more AI advanced private type of intel agency organization that doesn't have any kind of oversights, that definitely will prevent any type of whistleblowers or very strong NDAs and disclosures. That's the concerning part. Someone wrote, is this a pro-Palantir tweet or not? I can't understand your stance. And he responded by saying, good. And, of course, there's a layer of even just talking about this company that makes you wonder, are you going to be a part of their hit list for talking about negatively about their company? As, of course, you have to understand here, Palantir has already scraped the data from all of your social media profiles, already has identification programs, artificial intelligence programs at play here that are gathering information and data on you. And there's an estimated, according to some sources, $1 to $2 million, 1 to 2 million person list already that exists that describe the quote enemies of America. Now, what does that mean? What's the classification? What's really going on here? We don't know. I think we should know. Before getting into that and the contracts that are happening in the UK and the new board of kind of directors that they have and the contracts in Israel, before talking about that, we wanted to talk about thebestpoliticalshirts.com, because they're thebestpoliticalshirts.com. Who needs a technocratic, all-seeing dystopian 1984 Orwellian spy program to understand who you are? She's the best. Along, even if you right now, oh, I got a perfect gift for you. Okay. For her, our predictive program. As again, listen. There's an argument to be made here. Now, with his comments about stopping the far right, there's an explanation going around that says Alex Karp was able to stop the proliferation of right-wing ideology, which he bragged about. Here's the video. We're going to play the video. The reason they're saying he said this was because he was able, through his tech, through his AI predictive programming and database systems that are being used in Israel right now to determine if people should be captured, interrogated, or KIA'd. That's the systems, that's the algorithms that they run, as they're going to be compiling all the data on American citizens. Concerning, hey, this system we use to commit, the public taking out of people that we deem unfavorable, or unsavage, or unredeemable, or people that are just far too gone, people who are radicals, people who are terrorists. We're just going to take them out, whoever we deem it, based on our protocol and AI system. Now, some people would argue, hey, if there are people that are going to disrupt society, hurt society, and try to take the lives of innocent people, you should be using this technology for good in order to stop them. And in this kind of perpetual age where we have so much technological advancement, some would argue that we would be at a disadvantage if we don't use this type of tech, and that China will have our lunch. And I think truly,
I thought we saw this in that Captain America movie with Winter Soldier, where they had those, it turned out that the Nazis had infiltrated that shield.
I think Trump is really terrified with the developments that China's doing, and I think we're really just being shaped up to be just another kind of Chinese totalitarian, no freedom, no privacy type of society, which I would argue is a very net negative for all of free humanity and civilization, especially Western civilization that is absolutely in decline in Western nations like the UK that are using Palantir tech, as I would allude to, probably to censor the speech of people who express political opinions that the UK government doesn't like, that are overwhelmingly right-wing. That's surprising. But this is the argument that some people are making, saying, hey, he stopped the far right because the far right would have been politically motivated to be more popular if there were more kind of terrorist attacks inside of Europe, which they prevented. That's what some people are arguing. I would say that's a very favorable argument, especially in light of Karp being a Kamala supporter, of his new advisory board, and of his contracts with the UK government that probably are correlated with censorship and destruction of right-wing political thoughts and ideology in the region.
Look, when we built PG, which single-handedly stopped the rise of the far right in Europe, we built Foundry, which was used to distribute the Coop.
Yeah, we gave the Coop procedure. That, of course, worked out so well for everybody, right? Experimental gene therapy. Oh, sorry, my heart. Oh, my God. Oh, no. That was so great. That was such a great procedure. Oh. Really? Come on. That's already bad track record here. Bad track record. No, don't take my data. Oh, no, they're going to be sending a little nanobot drones to take me out soon. Probably. Listen, Deutsche worked very closely with Palantir. They worked at upgrading all of the government systems to be more competent, especially at the IRS. That's something that I did not want to see. Deutsche is building a master database for immigration enforcement. They did it through Palantir. Now they're building a master database of everyone else. Now let's talk about the tech that they use in Israel. The tech they use in Israel, some people say is very revolutionary. Some people say it's very game-changing. Here you get to see Peter Thiel, Alex Karp, with the Israeli IDF, as they provide war-related mission services. And they're using AI, advanced tech, surveillance, and predictive programming tools in order to designate people, whether they should be let go, imprisoned, interrogated, or just obliterated and taken out. This is the kind of test ground, battleground for this type of new sophisticated forms of technocratic warfare that truly, to me, is just terrifying. And whether you like this company or not, whether you think this company's based or not, I think where we are going with these advancements, with these developments, is worrying. From someone who cares about my privacy and civil liberties and the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, it's easy to make an argument. All of that has been just eviscerated. All of that has just been destroyed in exchange for government becoming more powerful, more efficient at, quote, ruling, controlling almost every aspect of our lives, which I find ridiculous. Now, UK police forces have dodged questions about their involvement with Palantir, as the UK government has a big, extensive contract with them, and they're using this type of US spy tech firm for, quote, policing. Now, the UK government and the UK police withholding details about their Palantir contract is concerning, because when we look at what the UK government and the UK police have been doing, they automatically came out and said, yeah, grooming gangs hurting children, it's gonna look bad if we arrest them, so we're gonna let the grooming continue of thousands of British children that are being hurt here by these immigrants that we allow in, and just open the door for it, and we take care of through the tax-paying dollars of the families of the children and the girls that are being groomed here. Yeah. And we don't want to seem culturally insensitive, so we're going to let these guys get away with grooming and hurting your small children. Oh, Prince Andrew, someone we don't want to investigate. Oh, you made a comment that offended someone. Jail, bloke. You're going to jail immediately, as the British police make about 30 arrests a day for online offensive messages. Now, what is considered offensive? Whatever someone is offended by, which is a big, long list that, of course, is expanding and is growing. Is Palantir a part of that? The fact that they're working with the UK government and the UK police and not releasing the details hints at the possibility that this is probably true, as the UK is the perfect type of government system that is implementing the latest and greatest surveillance Big Brother tech that is absolutely Orwellian. As the UK police threaten to prosecute speech, and they even prosecute people who share stuff that, quote, is fake news. If the UK government deems something fake news, they're like, oh, you shared fake news. That is an arrestable offense. As the crackdown, the blacklist on websites, the censorship that's happening there is highlighting just absolute destruction of the free speech and the free press that is absolutely being obliterated. There's UK riots. The UK police made sure to get rid of their violent criminals in order to put people in there that were expressing opinions about these riots that weren't, quote, multicultural, that weren't diverse, that weren't woke. There's people in the UK being arrested before they start to conduct civil disobedience actions. When we look at the blackouts, the takedowns, the censorship efforts, it is draconian because a lot of it revolves around destroying right-wing political populist speech. Okay? And what the UK government issues statements saying, you better think before you post, you better think before you share, we're going to go after you, we're going to find you. How are they doing it? They're probably using this type of sophisticated AI tech. Now, having this type of extrajudicial assassination list that they're building in Israel on top of that, creating a list of dissidents in the United States. Not good, because slowly and surely we're seeing a lot of very troubling kind of developments here. As Dr. Naomi Wolf came out and said, Palantir announces new federal advisory board members as Dr. Deborah Bricks is about to run our health and maybe our country. You heard that correctly. As Thomas Macy responded to this by saying, Dr. Bricks is the worst type of person that gets into government. A complete hypocrite, holier than thou, telling lies cloaked in fox science, with the imprimatur of government legitimacy and never held accountable. So she will rinse and repeat. Yeah, this is horrible. Dr. Deborah Bricks. I mean, we're talking about how these people abused, there she is right here, abused a lot of their positions of power. Abused the American people in some of the most awful, most horrible ways during the Coop time, which Palantir was using in order to help propel this type of procedure that... We're on YouTube, we can't say certain stuff here, which is a little crazy still. Pretty soon we won't be able to say anything. You know, the nanobots and those little small done. And then we'll be replaced by AI systems, and no one will know we will ever be gone. And then we're just taken out. Oh yeah, well look, still uploading videos. And it's going to be an AI version of me being like, government good, government great, spazzing out. The AI voice models have a very difficult time mimicking and copying my voice. Good. That's because I have a lot of inflection when it comes to my outrage. this dystopian, technocratic, insane future that all of us are designated to live under. Again, whatever happened to the days of privacy? To the days where we didn't track, trace, and database everything. I think there's an argument to make for that, and again, I think Donald Trump, what he's doing here is saying, you know, Palantir, they did good work before, they're going to do good work now. We're going to make sure that we're going to be on top of it, where we're going to be technologically advanced, just like the Chinese are. And in reality, it's a system ripe for abuse. Now, whether this company is a good company or not, I mean, time will tell, but whenever you give godlike power to small, unaccountable private agencies that don't even have any kind of transparency or need to be accountable in any way, just like government agencies do, whenever you have that, I think you have room for concern. Get a shirt on thebestpoliticalshirts.com. We appreciate you guys doing that and supporting this independent media organization. We wouldn't be here. It's a little scary talking about these issues because you're kind of thinking about it. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm probably on the dissident list now. You shouldn't be, especially when we're just having honest and real conversation. But the world that we're living in now, criticisms are damned offensive and arrestable offenses in places like the UK. Now, does the UK contract with Palantir about those issues? We don't know, to be factually correct here. But is there a probability that this happens? Probably. I love you guys. Stay tuned for more, all here exclusively on youtube.com/wearechange.
A true test in terms of the success that we've been having with our cultural renaissance as we make America great again and restore sanity to our country is how the month of June would be perceived. Would we be inundated with LGBTQ, LMNOP propaganda and mandated celebrations of the rainbow people in public schools and government institutions, just bombarded by the liberal media and the big tech platforms this year? Well, I'm proud to report that Pride Month, no pun intended, has been canceled.
Does the president have any plans on making a proclamation, or is it just going to be June this year?
Well, there are no plans for a proclamation for the month of June, but I can tell you this president is very proud to be a president for all Americans, regardless of race, religion, or creed.
And I would just add behaviors and lifestyles that belong back in the closet. In a perfect world, this would be the message that President Trump would make, but this is just a deep fake parody, a meme.
My fellow Americans, it is with great pleasure that I am announcing that Pride Month is canceled. Pride is a sin, and we will no longer participate in deliberate moral inversions. Instead, June will be known as Confidence Month, or maybe just June.
Yeah.
Who knows? In either case, it'll be a time for us to celebrate legitimate achievements worthy of reflection. I hate to break it to some people, but putting a wiener in a butt shouldn't be on anyone's highlight reel. Very unhygienic. Love is love. That's what they say. However, poop is poop, folks. Poop is poop.
That's right, sir, and you're certainly not supposed to talk about the incontinence that occurs from certain kinds of behaviors and certain lifestyles that are celebrated by the demonic left. And nobody captures the sentiment of what normal people feel every time June rolls around than this gamer chick, Melanie Mack.
Everybody talks about black fatigue, and I get it. But can we also talk about fat fatigue? Especially with June rolling around the corner. Like, can y'all just get back in the closet for real? If you're gonna be a pervert, do it in the closet.
That's right, and in a sane society, this is how the anchors on Fox News and the Daily Wire would sound, but as everybody knows, they're all a bunch of cowards. And this is an attempted meme that someone on the left made 14 years ago and posted on Reddit, making fun of normal people, those on the right, Christians, conservatives, who opposed legalizing same-sex marriage in a pie chart labeled, "What will happen if gay marriage is legalized?" And then if you look at the key down there, you will see that the entire pie chart is just, only thing that'll happen is gay people will get married. Although, fast forward 14 years later, and you can see that all of the things that they made fun of people on the right for being concerned about, and even being overly dramatic, hyperbolic about, actually came true. You can see that some of the other possibilities there, the outcomes, where a third world war will break out, various plagues will erupt, remember the coronavirus, schools will begin teaching kids how to do you-know-what, and the terrorists will win. Many, if not most, of the big brands who post on social media celebrating the month and change their avatar, their profile picture into a logo that incorporates the rainbow have, quote, pulled back on Pride and the merchandise and events this year.
The pleasure of Pride pushed aside this year by many companies, with corporate sponsors signaling reserve. Pride organizers dismayed.
Corporate model no longer is sustainable in the political climate that we live in today.
That's in St. Louis, seeing major changes this year. While in New York, NYC Pride saying it's dealing with a budget shortfall of more than $750,000 due to dips in corporate sponsorships. A new survey of more than 200 executives by a risk management research firm shows nearly 40% plan to pull back on how they engage with Pride this year.
Well, it's about time, long overdue, and the Boise, Idaho parade was canceled, citing insufficient attendance. Aww. And NHL players will no longer be forced to celebrate the spiritual descendants of the inhabitants of Sodom and Gomorrah.
A brief, colorful show of support? No more. Those Pride warm-up jerseys given the cold shoulder by some NHL players now officially off the ice.
We're not going to change jerseys for warm-up because that's just become more of a distraction from really the essence of what the purpose of these nights are.
While the NHL's decision applies to all so-called special interest jerseys, critics say there's no denying what this is really about.
It's about restoring our country and our culture back to normal. Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, just ordered the Navy to rename a ship that leftists in the Biden administration named the USNS Harvey Milk after the infamous San Francisco LGBTQ activist who was a, how shall we say, a PDF file. I don't want to get into the details because I'm sure many of you are eating breakfast, but it's pretty obvious that he was the same type of person as Jeffrey Epstein. Parents across the country should know, however, that Sesame Street is still determined to carry on Jeffrey Epstein's legacy, posting this on all of their social media platforms first thing in the morning on June 1st.
saying in our street, everyone is welcome. Together, let's build a world where every person and family feels loved and respected for who they are. Happy Pride Month. Previously, they featured Jonathan Van Ness, one of the hosts, I guess, of Queer Eye for the Straight Guy, who is now, in his words, a proud member of the HIV positive community.
It's time to finally unveil Alan's monster makeover!
Annie, Alan looked just like Jonathan Van Ness.
That is Jonathan Van Ness.
Hello, Cookie. Are you ready to see my monster piece? Mama Bear, some runway music, please.
Oh, yeah.
So he's wearing a dress and devil horns. A lot of the same memes get posted and circulated every year showing the disgusting things that we have to put up with just living in America in the 21st century. But I have seen a couple new ones this year, like this one. That's Dracula biting into one of the rainbow people. And if you didn't notice it there, you can check the status on the edge of his bed. He is now HIV positive. This one I think is a new one, which plays off of the black fatigue phenomenon going viral, and this is one I made several years ago. Be careful if you screenshot this and post it on the brand name social platforms, because stuff like this may get you suspended. And this guy is now unironically a meme after repeatedly videotaping himself having dinner alone to see whether or not the waiter or the waitress will misgender him.
It looks like he's having a nice piece of order.
She.
Okay.
It's okay. It's all good. But it was not all good. I use she, her pronouns. I'm not certain.
Oh.
Yeah, like, it's like a knife in the heart. It is specifically.
It's like a belly laugh for the rest of us.
I ask ahead of time not to be called sir. Yeah, I'm just gonna go.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, the sweet water starts at, okay, not. It is always like a knife. It always hurts every single time. I was wondering if there's a manager I could talk to about something that happened. Yeah, I was called sir. Oh, okay. I just really sucks every time it happens.
Okay, well then, get up and leave.
Sir, sorry about that. I don't need to be called ma'am. I just need to not be called sir, you know? Thank you. Can you call me sir? I just want to tell you that the person who gave me this called me sir. Called me sir.
Too bad! Get out. But we should never forget that it wasn't just the left plotting and scheming that got us to this point. It was also many on the right, fake Republicans and rhinos and the corporate conservatives collaborating with them. People like Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk and Ronna McDaniel, who, when she was the chairwoman of the GOP, posted Happy Pride Month messages on social media. And after President Trump appointed Richard Grenell, a proud rainbow person himself, as the U.S. ambassador to Germany during his first administration, he took it upon himself not to improve the relations between the U.S. and Germany, which, of course, is a U.S. ambassador's job, but instead to leverage the power of the United States to promote LGBTQ, quote, rights around the world. Turns out that there are some same countries in Africa where homosexuality is, or at least was, a criminal offense, and so Richard Grenell took it upon himself to try to decriminalize that in those regions. And at the time, he said he has support at home to decriminalize from the rhinos, from the fake conservatives, the corporate conservatives, like, well, Charlie Kirk, who took to Twitter to celebrate, boom! Today, Botswana decriminalized homosexuality. I know this seems like a meme, like it's somebody making fun of Charlie because he was veering off so far to the left, but he really did post this. He really did celebrate promoting LGBTQ, quote, rights around the world. And the corporate conservatives and the rhinos on the right who conspired with the left and bent over for the rainbow people is what caused our country to spiral so far down into the pit of hell that this too is not a parody. This is, or thankfully was, a real promotional video produced by the United States Army.
June is LGBT Pride Month, recognizing lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender Americans. We observe LGBT Pride Month to mark the progress we've made in embracing a society of equality.
I mean, what's next? Are the normie American people, the average Fox News and Daily Wire viewers, gonna finally realize that things got so far off the rails that even NASA was putting out Pride videos in June? Oh, wait, what's this?
I am gay. I am my authentic self.
I am a queer woman.
I am a transgender woman.
I am a lesbian.
I am gay and I'm my authentic self.
What does this have to do with the space program?
I am a queer woman, and I am NASA.
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 Well, no wonder the space program has been a total joke and hasn't accomplished anything in almost 60 years. I'm Mark Dice. Thanks for watching. Subscribe to my channel if you're new here, and subscribe to my locals page for $5 a month if you want to support my work. There you can see some uncensored clips and some commentary that's a little bit too spicy for me to post on any of the brand name social platforms. So head on over to locals.markdice.com or click the link in the description below and check it out.
Janice, are you there?
At your service, sir.
Enter the manosphere.
Of course. How can I assist you today?
Give me some of that dating foolishness.
Will do, sir.
Now, I had asked ChatGPT, and I think ChatGPT has become all of our therapists. Like, I am just so afraid of how much of our personal information we're giving away to this app, but whatever, you know. So I'd ask it, like, how do I ease myself back into dating? And one of the recommendations that it gave is that...
Welcome to Manage Nice Dating. Today, we've got a woman who hit rock bottom in the dating game. So she turned to ChatGPT for answers. Yes, that ChatGPT, the AI. But before we roast this delusion, let's hear her story.
So I wanted to take the time to quickly do that. I am in my 40s. I am single, obviously. Although people do date with spouses, I don't know. But I have not prioritized dating ever. Like, literally ever. And I've been fortunate enough where, for most of my life, I could just run into people, and that would work just fine. But I moved to a city that is so freaking hot for most of the year. And I also live in a part of town that is just mostly geared towards families. So it's been a little bit more challenging over the last maybe decade or so to find someone organically, which is why I've dabbled in online dating. Now, a quick history on my online dating. I've been lucky enough where I would get on an app, and very, very quickly, I would meet someone, and then I would be done with the app. And in terms of meeting someone, like, that relationship could last a summer, or it could be longer term than that. But it's been relatively quick. And in between meeting people online and when those relationships would end, I would be fortunate enough to at least meet someone in real life. I've met people at my front door. But I also, at the same time, don't have, like, the strongest desire to be in a, I don't want to say monogamous relationship, it's just to be in any relationship. Like, I just haven't had that. I don't know if there's something wrong with me because of it, but I just haven't. Like, I'm perfectly fine being on my own. If I'm with someone, that's fine too, except that could quickly become a bit suffocating to me. I should probably dig more into why that is. But meeting a partner has never been my biggest priority in life, is all I'm trying to say. Recently, however, as I'm getting
red flag alert.
Like I always say, focus on the information that's consistent. She's not special, she's average. And the average woman has never had a problem getting dates. Why? Why? Because for women, dating is played on easy mode. Throw in dating apps.
And now, you've got the equivalent of cheat codes and unlimited lives. She never prioritized dating. Why?
Why?
Because being strong and independent was the main mission. She thought love would wait while she did her thing. And now that she's 40 and the walls are closing in, now she wants advice. She admits relationships feel suffocating. That's a red flag, not just in dating, but life. She's wired to run when accountability shows up. She's not built for dating. Her mind, her energy, her spirit all say, but something interesting happens when women get older. Let's see what she says next.
Recently, however, as I'm getting older, I'm in my 40s, I'm just like, I know for sure I don't want to die alone, so perhaps I should take dating more seriously.
It's not logic!
So at the end of 2024, I committed to myself that I was going to at least go on one date a month. Typically, when I'm excited about something, and at the start I was excited about dating, I put everything into it. So between January and March of this year, I probably went on dates with 5 guys. And it was a total of 9 dates. And the breakdown is 2 of those dates were just first dates only. 2 of them were first and second dates, and 1 of them, we went on 3 dates. And in each of those scenarios, decent guys. One I really liked, but that just didn't work out. And the others were fine, they just weren't for me. Because if you don't feel in love, then who cares if he's the good guy? And after going through all of that, and I would describe myself as, I'm definitely shy, but I can also be an extroverted introvert, like I can turn it on when I need to. But it was so, I don't want to say time consuming, it was more energy consuming. And if you identify as an introvert or shy at all, like, you know what I'm talking about. It was just such a draining process to like vet the guys, chat with them, talk to them, go out with them. And then even though like I only went out with 5 guys, there were so many more that just did not make it to the finish line. Where either it just didn't go anywhere when we matched on the app, like the chat didn't really get us anywhere, or it would get to the point where we exchanged phone numbers and then that also kind of fizzled, or I went out with them and just wasn't a fan, or I would get asked out quite a bit and would turn those dates down because either I just wasn't interested in the person, or I might have been interested but just didn't have the energy for it.
Of course she doesn't want to die alone. But here's the joke. She only started taking dating seriously after her prime expired. Dating is a young person's game, especially for women. Let's call it what it is. She already met her potential husband years ago. She just didn't value him because the market was flooded and her ego was overdosing on options. Of course, she's still getting dates. Any woman can get attention, but the struggle is getting the attention she actually wants. Attention is not equal to options, and options are not equal to commitment. Dating over 40, whole different beast. The pool's shallow, the swimmers are tired, and most men, they are done with marriage, enjoying peace, or dating younger, because now they can. And the men she once rejected, gone, upgraded, unavailable. Meanwhile, she's swiping like her rent depends on it, because deep down, she knows it just might. And now, let's see what ChatGPT told her.
Now, I had asked ChatGPT, and I think ChatGPT has become all of our therapists. Like, I am just so afraid of how much of our personal information we're giving away to this app, but whatever, you know. So I'd ask it, like, how do I ease myself back into dating? And one of the recommendations that it gave is that I should focus on quality over quantity. And I think in the past, like between January and March when I was dating, I didn't consciously think I was doing that. I didn't think I was just going for numbers instead of just quality. But I guess it's because, here's the thing, my strategy was...
Stop it! You needed ChatGPT to tell you quality over quantity. The foolishness. This is the world we live in. AI giving out common sense because the average woman today is allergic to it. She's 40 years old. And this sounds like the inner monologue of a 13-year-old. It's not even about dating anymore. This is mental gymnastics at the Olympic level. Ladies, if you need an AI to explain basic dating logic to you, maybe it's time to admit you were never interested in understanding men, only in controlling them. Because nowhere in this video does she mention what value she brings, what makes a man want to commit, or what a relationship actually means. But she doesn't want to die alone? Well, guess what? Being in the same room as a man doesn't mean he loves you. Men don't commit just to keep you company. Let's not forget, these dates cost money, and she ain't paying.
To do the sourcing pretty quickly, right? I would go after a lot of people, I would vet them really quickly, and then within less than a week, we're on a date. There was no slow build, there was no getting to know anyone to a tremendous extent before we went out. I'm just like, let me just meet you immediately and see if you're viable. Like, that was my approach, and I think that's why I got burned out so quickly.
And this brings me to the killer point. AI is going to replace modern women in the dating market, and it's not even close. Why? Because AI doesn't bring drama. AI doesn't flake. AI doesn't ghost, cheat, test you, or gaslight you into questioning your standards. AI understands logic. It gives advice based on what men actually want, not what women think they deserve. So ask yourself, if AI can understand relationships better than a 40-year-old woman with decades of dating experience, who's really the better companion? You don't suddenly deserve a husband at 40 just because you're ready now. That's not how the market works. Men are waking up. The game has changed, and AI might just be the next player coach. Management, we work it. Protect yourself at all times. This video has officially been highlighted.